Thank you so much for tuning into No Soundbites Allowed today. I'm the political dragon, Michael Voss, and I hope you've enjoyed this conversation as much as I did. Remember, on this podcast, we don't settle for sound bites. We dive deeper, challenge assumptions, and have the conversations that matter. If you liked today's show, don't forget to subscribe, share, and leave us your comments. Your support helps us reach more people and continue to bring you the hard-hitting discussions you won't hear anywhere else. Follow me on the major social media platforms like X, Twitter, YouTube, Rumble, and more to stay updated on upcoming episodes and join the conversation live on our next live stream. We love hearing from you and we value every perspective. We stream live, responding to your chats and calls starting at 2:30 p.m. every Sunday. Until next time, this is Michael Voss, and you've been listening to No Soundbites Allowed. Stay informed, stay engaged, and as always, don't settle for the sound bites. Hello, everybody, and thank you for joining us. We're happy to have you here today. This is No Soundbites Allowed, and I am your host, Michael Voss, the political dragon here in our offices in the Bronx, New York. It is December 15th, 2:30 p.m. in the afternoon, Eastern Standard Time, and we're happy to have you here. We're about a week away from Christmas, actually 10 days, and I hope everyone is preparing for a great Christmas, a good Hanukkah. I hope you're going to be fantastic. Kwanzaa doesn't exist. And I hope that everybody's going to have a great time today and throughout the entire holiday season and hopefully for the rest of your life. I truly do wish that for you. If you are someone who is homeless, please reach out to the government, reach out to churches and local community organizations to be able to get somewhere to stay that is warm, to get warm clothing, and to be fed. No one should be hungry during this holiday season, if at all possible. And I know the holidays are a little tough for some people. If you're having any darker thoughts, if you're having troubles in your mind, please reach out to people. The number one solution for those who are feeling depressed or upset about the holidays, speak to someone, anyone, talk to people. Just reach out. That's what social media should be about. Reach out to someone, reach out to many of the many organizations that are available, including the suicide hotline, to speak about some of the troubles that you're having, some of the thoughts that you are thinking, because we want you here not only through the holiday season. I want you to be part of my audience going well into the next year in 2025, 26, and so on and on. So please do reach out to people. So I know a little bit different than the way we normally start off. I did want to address that. If you don't see my glasses and if I have any trouble reading what you're saying, my glasses broke last night. I was at the Bronx Conservative Party event, a candidate outreach, where there some of the slate of candidates they have for the 2025 election, including the mayoral candidate Gonzalo Duran, were available and were speaking about what some of their topics, their issues are, and what they're going to be presenting to the public in 2025. I know it starts early in New York State because the single party rule of the Democratic Party changed the dates so that basically in the middle of winter, anyone who isn't a Democrat and wants to run for an election, well, you've got to go out in the cold and the snow and try and get people to sign up. They did it on purpose. But that being said, it was a great event, and you saw in the intro some of the selected photos. I took over 1,500 photos of the event, and I recorded it live. So you can see the live event right now if you check out the channel. But we have about 1,500 photos that I took during the event. That's just a small selection you saw at the intro of some of those images from the event. Graham, good to see you. I'm glad to hear that you're there. Everybody should be able to hear me fine. And I know we're up on Rumble, we're up on YouTube, we're up on Facebook, DLive, LinkedIn, and a few others. So Hello to everyone on all of those platforms. I look forward to hearing what you have to say. So, with all of that said, for those who are new to the channel, I want to welcome you and thank you for being part of my audience, regardless of what your preferences may be, whether it's sexual or political or anything else. I don't care. I'm happy that you are here with us, and I hope that you will enjoy the time you spend with me and the audience. We look forward to everyone being able to speak to us, as Graham has done, first one to chat today. We look forward to seeing your comments. Normally, you can call in, but of course, at this moment, I just got a new phone. This is the S24. My old phone, an S10, died, and so I had to get a new phone. And the new phones don't have a audio jack, so I don't know how to connect that phone to the soundboard so that everybody can hear what is being said. So until I figure that out, I won't be able to take calls because I want you to hear the conversation that's going on. But we are looking at your chat, and we'll be able to see everything that you guys are saying. Thank you for giving me a sound check there, Graham. Thank you very much. But we're going to be talking about a lot of issues because we believe in the First Amendment. We believe in your right to free speech. And that's for everyone in the world. It's not just an American principle. And whether or not we piss off the social media giants, whether we piss off the government, it doesn't matter. We want to hear your voice. We want to hear what you have to say. So please do feel free to chat or super chat. You can super chat on Rumble or on YouTube. We can see both of them. And of course, you can leave comments after the show if you're not seeing it live. So let's get into a little bit of this. So the first thing is, of course, yesterday I was in the Bronx. I live in the Bronx. I was at the Bronx Conservative Party's event. I thought it was quite interesting. Went from 3 o'clock until about 6 o'clock, and then they offered some refreshments for people who were still there after the event, which was really nice. That was over at 806 Jennings. And we got to hear from about 15 different potential candidates. Some of them first-time candidates. Some of them are people who are returning and running again, gearing up and going back. They may have lost an election and are trying to reach out to the public again. It was really great to see such big interest in being able to improve our government by improving the representation that we all have. And I do recommend to people, please check out the video. It was YouTube cut it off in the middle. I don't know why. Cut the feed. And so it's in 2 parts. But do check it out and see all of the different candidates. You know, they often tell us there are no black Republicans. There are no Hispanic conservatives. There are no gay people on the right. And yet, if you saw what we presented, you saw the live stream, you saw blacks and Hispanics and individuals who are gay that were looking to get elected and have conservative and Republican values. We exist. The media wants you to think they don't exist. They want to keep you on the plantation. They want you to believe that there's only one approved message, and that message leads only towards Democrats. That's not the truth. There are many voices, even in the bluest county in all of the United States, in the Bronx. Yes, conservatives and Republicans do exist, and yes, they are people of color. And some of them are gay. So, gay, trans, all of that. So, I hope you do take a moment to check that out and see some of the photos and see the individuals as they spoke at the event. I thought it was really worthwhile. Separate of that. Oh, yeah, I know. I have an adapter, but I'll work that out later. Thank you for the suggestion, Graham. I have one, but anyway, that's technology. It's great. It's funny, folks. Here I am. I'm one man. I've been doing this for 18 years, losing money every single year that I have been doing this. For 18 years. I'm in New York City, where ABC, CBS, NBC, MSNBC, every major mainstream news organization, all are headquartered and have their major offices in this city. They have thousands of employees that live throughout the city and in the Bronx. They have tens of millions of dollars in revenue. I lose thousands every year doing this. They make tens of millions of dollars every single year. Rachel Maddow's making what, $25 million a year? And yet they couldn't send one person to this event. There were only two members of the news media. The Bronx Times and the Throgs Neck Gazette were the only two organizations that were there besides me. Those two were both reporters. I'm the only reporters doing written journalism. I was the only one filming or recording it. And yet every news media organization is in New York. They were aware of this event, and they have staffs of tens of thousands. They couldn't send one person. I tell you, it's amazing to me, folks, how little they think of you and your choices. So please do check these things out. And please do support the channel with a subscription, because they suppress us, because we actually tell you the truth, because we cover the things that the mainstream media will not cover and will not provide you information about. Speaking of which, one of the things I wanted to bring up earlier this week, you may have seen some of my coverage on this. We were reminded in the final congressional hearing for current Secretary of State Antony Blinken, he went in front of Congress and told the truth that the Biden-Harris administration willfully and purposefully left Americans in Afghanistan. You were initially told on August 18th of 2021, Joe Biden said to George Stephanopoulos on ABC that he would not leave any Americans behind in Afghanistan. That's what he said August 18th, 2021. September 1st, 2021, Joe Biden got on to international news media and told everyone that he was leaving behind about 100 Americans, maybe even less. That's what he said on September 1st. Antony Blinken later that same day came out and said, well, it's actually more like 200 Americans, but probably less than that. And we're going to get them all home as soon as possible. And then this week, Antony Blinken goes in front of Congress for the final time and tells the truth that, no, there were more Americans. That they knew as they were talking to you on September 1st, as they promised you there was 100, maybe 200, maybe less Americans that they were leaving behind. There were over 500 that they left behind. And even in this conversation with Congress this week, Antony Blinken lied again, because we showed you the Washington Times article in March of 2023 that clearly stated Antony Blinken spoke to Congress and told them that there were 957 Americans that were returned to the United States by the State Department, and even more that were private organizations went and saved Americans and brought them home from Afghanistan. Over 5,000 Americans were left by the Biden-Harris administration, and many of them are still there today. And that's something that Antony Blinken this week admitted. There's still Americans in Afghanistan that want to come home, and they can't because of the Biden-Harris administration. So they just admitted they've been lying to your face from the very beginning. And the mainstream news media let it go. They blew past it. They didn't pay attention. This was not national news. This wasn't a big deal. Oh, Joe Biden's a lame duck. He's out. Doesn't matter. Antony Blinken, he's not going to talk to Congress ever again. That doesn't mean he stops being accountable for what he did. It doesn't mean that those hundreds, thousands of Americans that are still trying to come home, that we forget about them, just like the Biden-Harris administration forgot about 16,000 Americans in the Sudan. Nobody in the news media wants to talk about this. They want you to forget. I won't forget. I remember 16,000 Americans in the Sudan, 10,000 Americans in the Ukraine, 5,000 Americans in Afghanistan, and 40,000 Americans in Haiti. I was talking about it last night with some of the candidates in the Bronx Conservative Party, and they didn't even realize. And These are people who are running for elected office. They follow the news, and even they were not aware of some of the news that, yes, over 70,000 Americans have been abandoned by the Biden-Harris administration so far. And I will hold the Trump administration accountable as well. J.D. Vance and Donald Trump should get these Americans home. We need to protect our people everywhere in the world. Because when we don't, well, that causes Putin to go into the Ukraine. That causes North Korea to fire off hundreds of rockets and missiles and ICBMs. It causes Iran to build, manufacture, and send out rockets and drones across the world for acts of terror. It is important that we protect our people. That is the purpose of the government. And Antony Blinken, when he lies to us, when he lies to our face, assuming you will not remember, assuming that you will not search for the truth, is insulting, and it is an act against America. I can't call it terrorism per se. I can't call it insurrection. It is traitorous. It is defiling the nation and what it is about. And it is an insult to each and every one of you. Whether it's one of your family members that have been abandoned overseas, or it's someone else. And again, forgotten in the news, how many Americans are still held by Hamas? Do you know? Because the numbers keep changing. If you search for it on Google right now, it's somewhere between 8 and 2 Americans are being held by Hamas. We know 22 were taken on October 7th of 2023. We know that for a fact. We know that Hamas has killed 2 of them, 2 of those hostages, since that time. We know 3 came home. Okay, that leaves 15 Americans. We don't know where they are. 15 Americans just disappeared. They were held by Hamas. They were alive. Nobody is counting on them now. No one has any record of them anymore. And the mainstream news media has completely forgotten about these individuals. I have not. And you can go back on every one of our live streams. Week after week after week, we have asked for accountability for those Americans who have been abandoned in various countries, and for the Americans held by Hamas, who most likely, and the world believes, are dead. Bring home their bodies. Bring them home if they are alive. At this moment, there's only 1 American that was confirmed alive as of 2.5 weeks ago. That's the last time we were aware that there is an American held by Hamas that is still alive, and everyone else is presumed to be dead. Bring them home. For all those people in the Democratic Socialists of America, all the progressives out there, the students at Harvard and Columbia, at Cornell University and Binghamton University, for all of you guys who are screaming about Hamas, 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 you're so pro-Hamas, you want a ceasefire? Tell Hamas to give us back our hostages. You want America out of the politics of the Middle East? Well, let's start with give us back the hostages so we don't have a reason to be involved. Hamas put us dead in the middle of this when they killed 32 Americans and took 22 of them hostage. Give us back our people. It's that simple. It's just that simple. At least it's that simple for me. If there's anyone who disagrees, if there's one of those students from Harvard or Columbia, from Cornell University that are pro-Hamas and they think, Mike, you just don't understand. Fantastic. Let's have that conversation. Send me the message. Tell me how I have misunderstood. Because I know across the entire world, every nation is guaranteed if the hostages are released, there will be a ceasefire immediately, almost instantaneously. That is a guarantee. The world has guaranteed it. Israel has no choice on it. They will, and even Israel has agreed to that. They will have a ceasefire. Give back the hostages, all of them, right now, alive or dead. But Hamas is playing a game. They want guarantees that no one will target them, that they're going to be protected for killing hostages that they have tortured and they have sexually abused every day for more than a year. And the Biden-Harris administration doesn't want to talk about it. I will. Antony Blinken didn't want to talk about it when he spoke to Congress. I will. Because we have to hold our government accountable. In addition to some old news, before we get to anything new, I did also want to address that earlier this week, I was talking about this with the Liberty First Foundation on our Wednesday roundtable. And I was talking with my friends over at the Liberty First Foundation who are up for a Gundy Award, the Second Amendment Awards. And they're up for a Gundy Award. Please do vote for them. And I was having a conversation about free speech. You see, as I detailed earlier in the week, there is a game which is a pro-Hamas game, video game. And it's been removed by Steam, and Congressman Richie Torres, New York 15th District, he happens to be my congressman, has come out and he has vocally said that he also wants to see this game of pro-terrorism, this apparent recruitment tool for Hamas, to be removed from Steam in the United States. Now, he didn't say that as a law. This is not legislation that he's looking to see put forth. These are his words, Richie Torres, his feeling, his view of this terroristic game. I agree. And it has nothing to do with whether he's a Democrat, Republican. Richie Torres is a Democrat. I'm a Republican. But I agree that I feel that this game is pro-terrorism. It is a horrible abomination. It has nothing to do with fantasy. This is not like Call of Duty. It's not like any of the World War II shooters. This is about modern day recruitment of terror. And I think this is abominable. Now, I'm happy to say only about 24 people have ever played this game. And it has gotten more attention because of people like Richie Torres. That is true. Richie Torres has elevated it, but then again, so did the British government when they banned this game. Now, when speaking about this, my friends over at the Liberty First Foundation said, but Mike, you're wrong. Because it is freedom of speech. That even though I feel that this is an abomination, that I agree with Richie Torres that this is insulting and I think it's wrong. It's like imagine someone making a video game about 9/11, where you are one of the terrorists, and that the video game is about you crashing the planes into the Twin Towers, that you're crashing the planes into the Pentagon, that is the video game, that you reenact 9/11 from the point of view of the terrorists, and that your goal in the game is to kill as many people as possible. If that were the game about 9/11, would you not want that banned in the United States? Would you not say that that is inappropriate? And if that game is celebrating the terrorists in killing those innocent civilians, in attacking the Twin Towers, in attacking the Pentagon, would you not say that that is vile and disgusting and should not be available? That is not a fantasy. That is not a video game. That is a reenactment of terror meant to support and promote terror. Now, I love my friends at the Liberty First Foundation, and I respect all of their views. And it's very possible, as my good friend Frank Johnson mentioned, I may be too emotional about this. I'm not a very emotional man in most of the things. I'm not big on empathy. You might have not noticed, but that's one game where it does get my emotions going. And I try not to be emotional when I talk about politics and the consequences of politics. Passionate? Absolutely. Emotional? No. And I always advise, don't do things in emotion. Politics should never be driven by emotion. So I'm willing to say, perhaps I have it wrong on this issue. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it is a matter of free speech, that even though it is vile and disgusting that this game exists, that it promotes terrorism around the world, that it allows someone to reenact October 7th from the point of view of the terrorists, that its purpose is to show and take delight in killing innocent women and children, that may be an expression of free speech. I don't think it is, because it is inciting violence. It is promotion of terrorism. I don't feel that it is a positive, or that it's covered by the First Amendment. It's also a foreign publisher and developer. They're from Brazil. So I don't believe it should be covered by the First Amendment. I don't believe it is covered by the First Amendment. But the Liberty First Foundation made a compelling argument that, Mike, just because you despise this and you denounce this video game, just like Richie Torres did, does not mean it's not protected by the First Amendment. Doesn't mean that it's not free speech. Because I agree, there is no such thing as hate speech. There is speech to incite violence. There is that. And that is something we can all agree should not and is not protected by the First Amendment. But is this game protected by the First Amendment? Even though it is, I believe it is inciting violence. I can't prove that, but I believe it is. I believe that's its purpose based on what the developer has said publicly about his glee and his support of Hamas, a terrorist organization. I have that belief. I can't prove it, though. So maybe that is my emotional response. And I know that in speaking about this, I am giving more fuel to the fire, making more people aware of this, but I think the cat's already out the bag. You can't put everything back in Pandora's box. When Richie Torres brought this up, when the United Kingdom's government brought this up and said this should be banned, it's despicable, it's anti-Semitic, they opened up Pandora's box. And I agree with them. And I'm not going to say that the video that I made this week about this, it was emotional. It wasn't the best, most objective video that I have ever done. Absolutely not. A lot of my emotion came through there. I was shocked and horrified and disgusted that this game exists. That people, whether it's a dozen people or 24 people or one, that they're actually playing this, that they are reenacting at this moment. People have bought this game to reenact the murder, the senseless murder of women and children. That's what they have this game for. That saddens me. But I am willing to say that maybe I was wrong. Maybe it is free speech. Maybe the First Amendment does allow this to be said. But then the First Amendment also allows me to say it's despicable, it's disgusting, it's anti-Semitic. It is an insult to human beings and the dignity of human beings around the world. That this game, no, there's no good reason to own this game. There's no good reason to play this game. There's no good reason to reenact acts of terror. Current day, real world acts of terror as the terrorist. I just don't see the justification. Maybe I'm wrong. And guys, you can tell me. If anyone thinks, Mike, you've missed the boat, it's absolutely free speech, please let me know. I know my friend Frank Johnson said that. We had a pretty heated debate on Wednesday during the live stream roundtable. Had a heated debate. Dow Grimm was also there. And Dow was also, no, Mike, you got it wrong. And I said to them, yeah, maybe I do. It could be that I'm just being too emotional on this issue. It strikes me too difficult because I'm aware and following what's happening to the Americans held hostage by Hamas, how they have been tortured and they have been sexually abused for well over a year, that most of them, if not all of them, are the world and all of the media, all the international credible news media, all of their sources say the Americans are dead. Maybe that is affecting and coloring the way I look at this. I'm honest with you folks. I'm always honest with you. I give you my opinion on these issues. I cover the issues that don't get a lot of news coverage. This isn't something that's being spoken about in the gaming spaces. Gamers don't know about this. The general public don't know about this. It has been mentioned, but no one's paying attention. No one's having this conversation that, is this really free speech? Shouldn't we all, every government, every country, shouldn't we all denounce this? I mean, I get that Al-Qaeda or ISIS or Hamas, Hezbollah, and the Houthis, I can understand why they would support this, why they would think this is a great game, because they're terrorists. Now, for everyone else in the world that isn't a terrorist, I can't see how they would support this. I can't see how they would allow this to be in their nation. Maybe it's me. Again, it could just be me, and it could be that I'm just too emotional and I can't see that free speech should allow this. I could be wrong, but I'm bringing it to you folks. And if you think I'm wrong, and say, Mike, it is free speech. It should be allowed. Now, no one should own it, but it should be allowed. Okay. Or if you think I'm right, if you agree with me, Richie Torres, the Anti-Defamation League, and many, many others, the government of the United Kingdom, if you agree with us, then fantastic. Let us know. If nothing else, it deserves to be spoken about, that we should have this discussion. And we should understand that there are some people who will use free speech, the double-edged sword that it is, to promote terror. And we should have this conversation to say, and how do we deal with that? It's kind of like, how do we deal with Harvard and Columbia when they're promoting Hamas? How do we deal with that? Well, one of the things that I have done over the years is said, okay, you're in Columbia, you're in Harvard, you want to be all pro-Hamas. What about the Americans? What about the American hostages, the British hostages, the hostages from 56 countries around the world that Hamas refuses to set free, that they have actively murdered, shot them in the head 2 months ago? Hamas shot the hostages in the head because they were minutes away from being rescued. Literal minutes away from being rescued by the IDF. The hostages were going to go home. They were going to be freed. And Hamas assassinated them, murdered them in cold blood, shooting them 6 of their hostages in the head, just to spite Israel, the United States, the world, just to spit in our faces. They murdered them, each and every one, in cold blood, just to deny the families the opportunity to embrace their loved one again. Yeah, I take it personal. I do take this personal. I know, Mike, but that's such depressing stuff. That's so harsh, and it's the holidays, and isn't there better things that we could be talking about? Kind of yes, kind of no. Kind of yes, kind of no. The fact is, politics goes on no matter what the holidays are. It's like war. War goes on, holidays will come and go, and war will continue. And we have to deal with it. It's part of the world. It's part of the reality of the world. We need to address these things. And I'm honest with you. Honest in when my emotions take over, I'm honest about that. I have a political opinion, I tell you. And yes, I am a conservative Republican, and I do look at things from a right-leaning view. There's nothing wrong with that. And I'm more than willing to hear what people have to say that don't agree with me. Whether you're on the right or the left or the center, libertarian, or anything else, I'm happy to have the conversation with you, because we only get to better decisions by having the conversations. But the news media doesn't want you to have these conversations, Just like they don't want you to know that black conservatives exist, that Hispanic Republicans exist, that individuals in the LGBTQ alphabet are Republican, are conservative, that they have conservative values, that doesn't mean they must be a progressive. The news media doesn't want you to understand what is the reality out there. Like, there is now data researchers have gone through, and these are researchers from the Henry Jackson Society. And the researchers at the Henry Jackson Society, a think tank, yes, they are independent but lean right. To be fair, to be honest, they claim to be an independent think tank, but their data seems to show a leaning towards the right. Let's be fair and honest about it. I call out the left about their think tanks. I will call out the right about their think tanks. So this is a center-right think tank who did an independent study based on data from the United States, from Hamas, and from all independent news agencies around the world. And Hamas has been lying to you, just like the Biden administration, to all those students at Harvard and Columbia, Cornell and UCLA, Binghamton University, and the other colleges across this nation. You were lied to. And we've been saying it on this channel for years. We've been telling you this and repeatedly trying to make this clear to you. The number of civilians killed in Gaza is highly inflated. It isn't real. What you've been told was meant to gaslight you, to excite your emotions, and to try and get you to believe something that isn't true. In the data, as they went through it, there are over 17,000 of the supposed civilians that have died, according to Hamas. Yes, 17,000, at least 17,000. I've seen numbers as high as 22,000 of those that are claimed to be civilians. They're actually military members. They're members of Hamas. They're part of the fighting army of Hamas. 22,000, and in this report, 17,000. So about half of the number of people that you've been told that were part of the civilians being killed in Hamas, it's a genocide? No, those were army. Those were combatants. He goes on to say that many of the individuals that were of those remaining roughly 50% of the hostages, many of them are grown men that have been misreported and identified as either women or children, which also changes the numbers. So no, women and children aren't being rampantly killed by the IDF. Hamas, again, is using your Western sensibilities against you. They're using this to manipulate you. In addition to that, they included cancer patients. Cancer patients are claimed to have been killed. No, they died because of cancer. They were dying anyway, and they died of cancer, but now they're thrown onto the list. This is kind of like during the pandemic. We saw individuals who committed suicide. A guy with a shotgun took himself out. It was considered COVID. A guy got killed because he got into a car accident. He was riding a motorcycle accident. It was considered COVID. Do you remember those articles? Do you remember those stories? Because we covered them on this channel. And so at one point in this nation, everybody who went to a hospital in 2020 everyone had COVID. Everyone had the pandemic. Every single case was a COVID case. And now we know that's not true. That the reason why everyone was claimed to have received that and every single person who walked into a hospital had to have it was because the hospitals were making $15,000 per person if they were found to have had the pandemic. It was a cash grab. And it was a way to influence people's opinions. It was a way to force people to get the jab, to mandate 1 or 2 or 3 masks at all times, to put the fear of God into every single person, man, woman, and child in America, even those who were absolutely not at risk. Like children. 99.999% of children had no risk. They were not going to die. And they didn't. They didn't. And yet we put 1 and 2 and 3 masks on the children, mandated that they get the jab, forced them to be isolated from their friends, their peers, their family. Remember the stories about families, their kid would get the pandemic and parents would lock their kid in a room in their home and not speak to that child for a week. Like just open the door, put food in there, and just close the door. Leave the kid in the room for a week by themselves. That is psychological torture. That is horrendous. Those kids, look at the problems that kids in this next generation, think about how antisocial, how devastated they have been, and how we are seeing that play out as they are developing. And it's all because, well, you got to be afraid. You have to be afraid. Same thing's happening with Gaza. Same thing's happening with the number of civilians that we're being told that aren't civilians. That's not to say that no civilian has died. That's not to say that there have been no casualties whatsoever. It is a war. There are always casualties. That is true. But we have been told that there has been nothing but casualties, that everyone is a civilian. There are no soldiers. It is just a genocide of people. And that is a lie. It is a lie that is meant to manipulate you so that you will be in favor of Hamas, a terrorist organization that started the entire cycle themselves. They knew what they were doing. They knew the retribution they would bring to themselves by going out and murdering people and taking them hostage and torturing them. And now they want a get out of jail free card. Oh, don't you feel bad? Because we're being genocided. All the men, the women, the children, they're all dying. No, they're not. You're lying. And now we have evidence. But will you hear that on MSNBC? Will CNN tell you about that? This article comes from The Telegraph in the United Kingdom, because there isn't a mainstream news media organization in the United States that has the balls to tell you about this study, to show you the numbers and tell you the truth. They're too afraid. They're afraid of voters in Dearborn, Michigan. They're afraid of the Democratic Socialists of America. They're afraid of the colleges like Harvard, like Columbia, like Cornell University, where students are being so indoctrinated into Hamas that students are volunteering and just volunteering themselves to be members of Hamas and to subjugate their fellow students to torture. Nobody wants to talk about this because it's unpleasant. It is absolutely unpleasant. But the unpleasant nature of this, the horror of this, does not go away just because we're not talking about it. Just because the mainstream doesn't want to put this in front of your face because they want to protect their school. They went to Harvard. They went to Yale. They went to Columbia and to the University of Cornell. That's where they got their degrees. That's where they were indoctrinated in the first place. They're protecting their schools instead of protecting the public, which is what the news media is meant to do. Maybe it's me. And I know that now that I mentioned the word COVID, I know that this is going to, YouTube's going to put a label on this, and they're going to suppress this, and they're not going to let anyone see it. The fact that I mentioned the hostages held by Hamas, they're going to suppress this. They're not going to let anyone see it. They're going to put a community note on top of this, and they're going to say, oh, well, you can't talk about that. No one should see this. Don't look at this page. because he's going to say something and you might get upset. You should be upset. These are upsetting things to talk about. These are upsetting things that are happening in our nation and around the world. And hiding from that does not make them better. It does not help the hostages, whether they're from the United Kingdom or France or Germany or from Thailand. It's not helping any of those hostages go home by not talking about it. It doesn't help end the conflict by not talking about it. It doesn't make the world better by not talking about it. Talking about it can make the world better. It can point out that this is about terrorism, that this is supporting terror in the world. If you support the video game, if you buy into this false narrative of genocide, then yes, that conversation could improve the world. But hiding from it, that's never going to improve anything. At least that's the way I see it. Now, again, if you disagree, you can send me a chat. You can send a super chat. You can comment after the video and leave a comment. Don't be afraid. It's okay. This is not a progressive channel. You are free to have different opinions than me. You're free to say, I don't agree. I'm not telling you you can't agree. I'm only asking, if you disagree, why? I want to know why. Tell me why it's good for the world to believe the lie that every single person in Gaza was a civilian, not a member of Hamas, that Hamas has no military, even though we know they have a military. Why is that better? How does that make this conflict end? I don't know. Maybe I'm just crazy. But this is news that came out, and no one's telling you. The mainstream media didn't want to tell you. They should. Whether you agree with it or not, whether you like it or not, you should be told. You should know this. This shouldn't be a surprise. I am sure that 90% of my audience, who are very intelligent, very politically aware, and I would bet 90% of you don't know this, that this report came out, that these numbers have been verified, that people have actually done the analysis. 90% don't know. And I guarantee you, walking down the street, the overwhelming majority of people in the public have no idea whatsoever. That's not a good way to run a government. That's not the right way to make policy. Okay, let me move forward from that. Because on this channel, we deal with breaking news and we deal with international first, then we get into the domestic. So we're going to be talking a little bit. And I know that there is, I believe there's breaking news at this moment. I just saw the report. Yep. Came out a little bit earlier today. I did want to mention it. That the feds, come on, get rid of that. I hate these ads. I hate these pop-up ads. I'm not getting paid for them. So the federal government plans to deploy high-tech systems to New York as drone swarms have experts baffled. So the latest for those who are unaware, there have been drones that are flying over Staten Island and parts of New York that seem to be coming from New Jersey, but it's unclear. Could be coming from New Jersey, could be coming from a ship just off the shore of the United States. It's unclear. And there's these drones that are flying around. I've seen video of individuals in Staten Island who have video. I've seen video of 3 different drones that a person in their backyard in Staten Island live this week took the video, and you could see the 3 drones. 2 drones, and then one popped up, a third one came up, which is even closer, and you could see these drones very clearly. And no one knows where they're coming from. No one knows what they're doing. Now, I've heard individuals like my friend Larry Sharp, who believes that many people believe, well, this could just be individuals, just regular citizens, and they've been flying drones. Maybe they're part of a club, and they've been flying the drone, or maybe it's a business, and they're trying to test their drones to see about security and or its capabilities. And people have gotten the attention, and so they're continuing to do it because of the attention, just because of the hype surrounding it. I know people have said that. And I know that New Jersey's representative Jeff Van Drew has said he believed that it was Iranian drones that are being flown off of a ship, possibly controlled by the Iranians, most likely controlled by another country, possibly Russia or China, and that these Iranian drones are, the ship is a mothership, which means it has the capabilities to manipulate and operate multiple drones from one station, and that these drones are part of a test of the American capabilities to defend against drone attacks, to defend and identify potential acts of terrorism using drones. Because the world, drones are a real part of battlefields from now going on. We've seen that in the Ukraine. We've seen that in the Middle East. Drones are changing the way war is being done at this time. That's a fact. That's one of the reasons why the Marine Corps no longer has tanks. They got rid of their tanks because we saw what happened to the Ukrainians when we gave them our old Abrams, when Germany gave the Ukraine the Leopard tanks, and they were destroyed. 80% of every tank we gave them got destroyed within 20 minutes in one battle, in the very first battle, because of drones. That changed the way the world looks at this. So drones are a real factor and a real threat. Do I think that what is happening right now in New York and New Jersey with these mysterious drones, do I think that is foreign? Maybe. Do I think it's based off of a ship off the coast of America? Probably not. Now, it could be a tanker. There could be a tanker ship or a cargo ship that has these drones in a sea container, and they open up the sea container at night and fly the drones out to photograph, surveil, intimidate, cause fear. That could be what they're meant to do. And then they fly back into the open ocean, probably 3 miles out, because that's international waters. So 3 miles away from the coast of the United States. And it's a tanker ship, so no one's paying attention. Or it's a cargo ship, so no one pays attention. And they go back into that sea container during the day, and no one knows the difference. Is that possible? Sure. Absolutely is possible. I don't think it's likely. Because we would be able to triangulate, and we would be able to find that. That is something that is traceable. We would notice that as a government. And I don't see a reason why the government wouldn't tell us that. Although the counter answer is, well, the American government's afraid of people being fearful, of being terrified of being attacked by a terrorist organization. We're always under that threat anyway. Rather have the reality, and so we can protect ourselves rather than be fearful. No, I think it could be individuals or foreign agents of different countries that have these drones, that many of them are commercially available to American citizens. You can buy them. And they initially started off seeing if they could use these drones to look at various bases, look at infrastructure of the United States, of New York and its surrounding area. And when they were doing that, people noticed, and now that they see the fear that has come from it, they're just doing it because of giggles. It's just fun for them. And for some of these foreign governments, Americans being afraid is good for them. They live for that. Could it be Iranian-backed terrorists? A cell, maybe like the 8 members of ISIS from Tajikistan that were hanging out in California? Could it be another terrorist cell like that here in New York or New Jersey, which believe in open borders? Could it be members of Al-Qaeda or the Taliban, the Houthis or Hezbollah or Hamas that are flying the drones and they're meant to terrorize American citizens because we don't know what it is? Is that possible? Absolutely. Absolutely possible. And if it's land-based, it makes sense because they don't land the drone at the same spot as you would in an ocean. They can drive around and fly them from almost anywhere, and people wouldn't notice it. Put the drone in your trunk, open up the trunk or open up your van, fly the drone out, land, have it come back, but you've driven to a new location, land it, put it back into the trunk or inside the van and drive off, and no one will know exactly where you're coming from. I think that's more likely, and I think that's more realistic. The same root fear, though, exists. And guys, if you think I'm wrong, I want to hear this. I see your comment, Graham. I'm going to get to that in 1 second. But I think that's it. But the same root fear. And the root fear isn't about the drones. I want to make that clear for people. We don't have to be afraid. It's not the drones that I'm afraid of. It's not that someone has weaponized a drone and I'm afraid of that drone. I'm afraid of the open border. That's the root problem. We have open borders so open, 8 known terrorists, part of ISIS, entered the United States for an entire year. They were in California plotting to destroy America. And they're not the only ones. We had a 3,400% increase. This is coming from the Customs Border Patrol themselves, according to Biden-Harris administration data that I have shown on this channel before. And if anyone has a question, I'll show it again. And the fact is that the data says that there are hundreds. There's a 3,400% increase in the number of known or suspected terrorists in America at this time. And they would use drones. That's a problem of an open border, not a problem of drones. The drones aren't the issue. It's the terrorists and how they would use that drone. That's the problem. That's the thing that has me concerned. Graham has a comment. Oh, I didn't put up the chat. I apologize, folks. I thought I had already had that up on this screen. Sorry. So Graham says, I've heard people in the drone enthusiast community warn that drone operation is terribly unregulated in our country. That's true. Anyone can get a drone. Anyone can fly a drone. And even though there is a requirement in many states to get registered to own a drone, there's no way to enforce that. There is literally no way to enforce whether or not you as an American citizen have a drone and how you operate that drone. There's just no way to regulate that. Graham goes on to say, it's only a matter of time before a big government crackdown happens. I don't think they can. You can't, it's like trying to crack down and say, okay, everyone has to give up their cars. I mean, look at what they're doing with electric cars. You can't get rid of electric cars. Excuse me, gas-powered cars. You can't get rid of gasoline-based engines. The government, some in the government, the pro-environmental fanatics, they want to get rid of all gas engines tomorrow. They want to just ban them all, remove them all tomorrow. Mind you, we don't have enough renewable energy sources or the batteries or the transmission to actually do that. It would put America back into the Stone Age if we did that. So they're not thinking realistically about the consequences of their action. But look at the pushback and the resistance from American citizens from going all electric in terms of bikes, in terms of motorcycles, in terms of cars. It's just not happening. Now, there's a lot of inherent reasons why. I mean, they burn. When those things, you have an accident with them, a fender bender will cost you $17,000. You can buy a brand new gas-powered car for the amount of money it would cost to fix an electric vehicle that had a fender bender because of the way that they're constructed. If they catch fire, oh my God. I was talking to a volunteer fireman that I know from central New York recently. It is insane the temperatures that these electric vehicles get to once they go and ignite. And once they ignite, you can't be sure that they will reignite. Just because the fire is put out doesn't mean the vehicle suddenly becomes a non-fire hazard. They are known to reignite, to continue to burn. So you put out the fire and then it kicks back in and starts burning all over again, because each and every single cell, once the fire starts, each and every cell can be a new wave of that fire continuing. And these are highly toxic smoke that comes off of the flame from the fire from these vehicles, as well as it's also corrosive. There's a lot of dangers inherent with that, which we have yet to address. That's a whole other show I can do. But I was talking to a volunteer fireman, and some of the courses that the training he has to go through to be able to deal with electric vehicles. Dangers that the general public are not being told. And if you ask firemen, you ask volunteer firemen across New York State and around the country, they will tell you they are dangerous, very, very dangerous. But my point is, if we can't regulate people into that behavior that the government and certain political ideologies want, how are you going to regulate drones, which are far, far easier to manipulate and hide and operate? Graham goes to say, anyone can buy or fix up a car and drive it on the road without a license registration. Yes and no. It's easier to identify someone who's in a car. I mean, we can stop the car. We can see if it has the tags that it's required to have. There are ways you can identify if a car is or is not registered and whether or not someone has. And then to further find out, is the driver registered or not? It's not perfect, but it is something that can be done. Graham goes on to say, but if they get caught, they can be fined and their vehicle impounded. Same with airplanes, also with drones. Yes, but it's easier for me to, if a car is on the road, I can see the tags. I can see if it's up to date with the tags, and I can pull the driver over right then and there. He can't independently get out the car and the car drive off. The car's not going to instantly disappear. You're on a road. You can only take it so many places. Same thing with a plane. Planes are big. There's only so many places a plane can land. It's pretty obvious when they're on the ground that you can see them. You can very easily inspect them. A drone, not so much. Again, I can take a drone, depending on the size of the drone, depending on how it folds up. I can put a drone inside a car. I can put it inside a van. I can drive that anywhere. I can put it inside my house. Put it in a garage, in a closet. Much more difficult. So I don't believe that we will be able to ever realistically regulate drones like we regulate cars, like we regulate planes. And therefore, they're always going to be a threat, potentially. But I think I'm more concerned not with the drone, because drones, like firearms, are only dangerous if the intent of the user is dangerous. My problem isn't the drone. Whether it's registered or not, my problem isn't that. It's the intent. It's the person that is using the drone. That's where my concern is. And when we have open borders, as we have had for 3.5 years, and when we know that we've had an exponential increase in the number of terrorists in our nation, that is a fact. We know this. The data is there. I've shown it to you guys. I can pull it up again. Then the concern isn't, again, it's not the means by which the terrorist attacks that is the problem. It is that the fact that the terrorists can attack. That's the concern. That's the danger. Graham says, police use vehicles to enforce rules regarding vehicles. Police can use drones to enforce rules regarding drones. No, they can't. You can't pull over a drone. I mean, drone flying in the sky. I mean, you can use an EMP to try and knock the drone out the air, but you'll also, there's bleed over damage. The EMP will take out every computer that you took out the drone with. Well, you'll take out all the computer systems in the area, which could affect hospitals, could affect power generation, could affect lighting. It could affect a lot of things. So, no, you can't really, police can't just pull over a drone. Just like you can't just pull over a plane. It's more difficult. But again, the problem isn't the drone. I'm not worried about the drones flying over Staten Island in the sense that they're flying over. I'm concerned, what's the intent? What's the reason? I don't care if I can identify, is it an Iranian drone? Maybe. Is it an American drone? Maybe. Do I care? No. I care about the person who's using the drone and what they intend to do with it. What are they using it for? That's the concern. And I think the news media is so busy trying to focus people on the mystery of whose drone is it? What nation? Are they Iranian drones? Are they U.S. drones? Are they Chinese drones? Are the drones going to a ship? Are they going to some base in the woods in New Jersey? People are so occupied with that part, they're not thinking about intent. We're talking about everything except the most important part. The part that we really need to have the conversation about isn't the drone. It's the intent of the drone user. I think that's a mistake. I think that's a problem. Graham goes on to say, by the way, folks, everyone is allowed to speak, and I know that the channel right now is being suppressed because we're talking about things and I'm using the actual terms. We've talked about the pandemic. We're talking about drones. We're talking about terrorism. These are all things that make it very difficult to monetize this channel. So please do subscribe. Graham says, you can follow a drone with another drone and everything can be video recorded and photographed. Maybe. Doesn't mean that you're going to have a good image. Doesn't mean that you can try and follow the drone. Doesn't mean you'll be successful. Just because the drone lands next to somebody doesn't mean it's their drone. It could be anybody's drone. It could be landing anywhere. It could land it in the parking lot of a Walmart. Doesn't mean, and someone eventually will take that drone and take it home with them. Does it mean I got the right person? No, absolutely not. Again, that doesn't address my concern, though, which goes to the border, which is about known and suspected terrorists being in America. That's the bigger concern. They're more likely. Most Americans are not going to use a drone for a negative consequence because they've had the opportunity to do so. It hasn't happened. Even the crazies in BLM, even the Antifa nut jobs don't use drones to attack people. They've had the opportunity to do that for years. They don't. Terrorists do use drones. And they have been doing that around the world. Now it's happening here in the United States. That's my concern. The open border allowed terrorists and terrorist cells to come into the United States, and now they're taking advantage of the resources here in the United States to terrorize people. That's my concern. Graham says drones can have explosives. Yes, they can, and can be used for nefarious purposes. Yes, drone regulation is inevitable, and it is impossible to enforce. Well, not impossible. It is highly. It is not the most. What's the word I'm looking for? It's not effective. It's not efficient. And by the way, drones already require, if you have a drone, not just the kids' side, but an actual drone, there are certain size and limitations on it. But if you have a larger civilian drone, you are required to have an FCC regulation, FCC license for it. Right? They already require registration. They already require licenses for piloting. There's already courses for that. So it already exists. What you're talking about, Graham, it's already there. It already exists. It's just not effective. It's not efficient. It's not useful. My concern, again, isn't the drone. I don't care whether it's on a ship or land-based. I'm concerned about who's operating it. I think that's the bigger issue. And I think that's why the government doesn't want to talk about it. Because that leads us to a conversation about open borders. And under the Biden-Harris administration, according to these colleges and the news media that come from these colleges, they don't want to talk about open borders, not in any negative context. And I think this is inevitably, I think we will find that this is being operated by negative groups. Not necessarily terrorists, but terrorist-adjacent groups. I think so. Hey, user. User has said, pretty sure they're ours and they're red team. So you're saying that you think that the drones are American drones operated by conservatives or Republicans or people on the right? Okay. Then why are they consistently flying those drones over Staten Island and parts of New Jersey? At this point, initially could have been 1,001 different reasons why someone left, right, any kind of American would fly their drone. 1,001 different reasons. Why are they still doing it? Now that people are aware that the drones are existing, now that people are concerned about the fact that these drones are up in the air and there's a mystery surrounding it, why keep doing it? Because now it's terror. Now it's people can't sleep at night because of this. They're encapsulated with that fear. Why keep doing it? So user has been banned says, no, they're a war game. Okay, when you say red team, you mean no, they're part of a war game and they are red team in a drill. Okay, so there's a drill. Am I understanding this correct, user? Are you saying that this is maybe covert ops, a drill, a national level drill, or even a state level drill of U.S. agencies that are using drone technology to test the response of other parts of the United States government, other parts of the United States, the defenses and the response by the public if someone were to do this. So this is all staged, and the fear and the mystery, well, that's all part of the understanding of if someone were doing it like I'm afraid of, that this is a antagonistic, terroristic threat, then this is the way we prepare. This is the test. This is the real live world scenario of, okay, this is happening. How is everyone responding? And that's the way they're doing it. And they're not telling anyone because if they did, well, that would defeat the whole purpose of the test. Then you wouldn't see real results. You'd see staged results. People would act differently. The government would respond differently. Yes. Okay. So, you know what? That's possible. It wouldn't be the first time that our government did something behind the American citizens' backs without telling them about it until afterwards. I personally instantly think of the Tuskegee experiments, where the United States government experimented on American citizens, told them they were getting a vaccine, and instead they were injected with syphilis. And that's not the first time that the American government has run experiments against American citizens without telling them about that. So I could see that this could be about the government running a test in the real world to see what the reaction would be. It's possible, but I tell you what, if we find out that that is the case, somebody's going to be hung out to dry. Somebody's going to be raked over the coals for doing this to the American people without telling them. It may be important, useful data, but someone is going to get scapegoated and someone's going to get thrown under a bus because this has gotten too much attention. But it makes sense. It does make sense, user has been banned, that potentially they could be doing this to see how real world we need to know what will people do. Will they run screaming down the streets? Will they pull out their shotguns and have target practice? What is going to be the reaction? How are people going to react? I could see the government doing that. Graham says, what user is talking about happens with airports all the time. The TSA has agents that go into airports and look for weak spots and infiltration points. Well, all security does that. Yes, that's part of security. The difference here is the magnitude of it. The magnitude of people who are being affected. It's one thing to say, oh, well, I'm going to try and see if I can get onto a plane without having ID. Or I'm going to carry a bottle of toothpaste with me and see if I can get onto a plane with that. That's one thing. We're talking about multiple states, thousands of people, national news. Not quite the same. What was the one where they released some bacteria in San Francisco years ago? I do not recall that. I do not recall a U.S. sanctioned test of bacterial agents against American citizens in San Francisco. Can't say it's never happened. I can say I don't know of it. I'm not aware of any data about that or any confirmed source, so I can't speak to that. So that is breaking news that the federal government is now starting to take action, according to the New York Post, came out at about noon, that they're going to be putting out some high-tech systems to try and catch the drones, to try and identify the drones and where they're coming from. So I wanted to address that, but I don't know. Again, my concern isn't the drone. My concern is who's behind the drone, who's operating the drone. That's my bigger concern. I wanted to go into, where is it? Because I sidetracked myself with the drone thing. But there is news also that I think is very important. There it is. That's happening right now overseas. And again, most Americans aren't aware of this. Oh, wait a minute. Before I go there, hang on. User has been banned says Operation Sea Spray was a 1950s U.S. Naval secret biological warfare experiment in which Serratia marcescens and Bacillus globigi, Bacillus globigi bacteria were sprayed over San Francisco Bay Area. I am not familiar with Operation Sea Spray. I am not familiar with that event in 1950s United States. So I can't speak to it. Thank you for making me aware of it. I can look into it, but I'm not familiar with it, so I can't speak about it. But what I was going to go to is what I can speak about is also something that's happening and affecting the world that isn't really being talked about in the United States. And this is something that we knew was coming. We've had 12 years to prepare. The American public have not heard about this. Most people in America know that the United States has a military base in Japan. Almost everybody knows that. What people don't remember is that under the Obama-Biden administration, the United States government started shutting down its overseas bases. We lost our Philippines bases under the Obama administration. Well, following that up, we also lost Okinawa, where we've had a military base since almost the 1950s. And 12 years ago, under the Obama-Biden administration, we agreed that the United States would be mostly, not entirely, but almost entirely, the base is going to be shrunk down. U.S. forces are going to basically give the base to Japan. And the Japanese are building their own army. They started that a year ago. So they're well into developing their own military, which is going to use the Okinawa base. But the U.S. is going to be downsizing, and we are actively downsizing right now. Like 4,000, we've removed 4,000 Marines. We had about 20,000 Marines on Okinawa at the military base. We now have 4,000 less, and they're going to continue to downsize that number down to about 5,000 Marines, roughly. Shrinking the base completely, which means we shrink our exposure and our ability to live up to the 1960 Japan-USA treaty that we have, which guarantees that the United States will take the side of Japan in any conflict anywhere in the world. We will defend Japan, whether Japan is right or wrong. Doesn't matter. That's what the treaty guarantees. The United States will defend Japan regardless of the circumstance. And that's why we had Okinawa. That's why we had a Marine Corps base. Now, we still have the treaty, but now we don't have the base, which makes it much harder. Instead, we're going to be in Guam, which is thousands of miles away and incredibly more difficult to try and protect our allies in the Philippines, in Korea, South Korea, and in Taiwan and Japan. It is massively more difficult to protect them because of the distance. It's going to take massively more time to be able to live up to the treaty, and if they're being attacked, to have any kind of support or retaliation, because we're going out to Guam. Also, any attack that could be coming over the Pacific can get that much closer to the United States before we can react. Because again, we're thousands of miles away. We're at Guam. We're not in or around the South China Sea. This has a big impact. This also changes the world economics. I mean, think of all the money that was generated for the Japanese government from the United States having a base in Okinawa, of having Marines in Okinawa. Now, I thought this article was very interesting, and this is from the AP. Again, most Americans do not realize that this happened yesterday. That as of yesterday, we sent Marines out, and we're going to continue to relocate Marines from the 3rd Marine Expeditionary Force, and we're going to keep sending them out. Now, this was agreed to by the Obama-Biden administration because they wanted to downsize. Obama was trying to get rid of the military. He hated the United States military. He tried to shrink. He shrunk the Navy. He shrunk the Air Force. He shrunk the Army. And now he's been affecting the Marines because he didn't like the U.S. military. Obama wasn't very patriotic, at least in my opinion. If someone disagrees with that, please tell me why you think Obama was patriotic. I don't see it. His policies don't reflect that. And these are part of his policies, which are inevitably, I think this is going to be blamed on Trump and MAGA, when most people are going to recognize this, is going to probably be in 2025, when we will see most of the troops having been moved out of Japan and into Guam. And it's going to cost us money to build up the base in Guam. It's going to shift the way our military is operating in Southeast Asia. It's going to be more expensive to be able to provide the same kind of surveillance and coverage and protection that we do now from Okinawa, because Guam is further away. So it's going to cost us more money to be able to do what we've already been doing. But there was a part of this article, where is it? Here it is. The relocation, and I'm quoting now from the AP, the relocation is likely to be welcomed by local Japanese residents, but how much improvement they will feel is uncertain because of the rapid Japanese military buildup in Okinawan Islands, because they're afraid of China and they're building their first military since 1945. So, under the excuse from Obama was, well, the Japanese people don't really want the base there. The base has issues. You know, there are American soldiers that are acting badly there. Mind you, not Marines so much. But yeah, there are fights. There are threats. There was a member of the Air Force, not the Marine Corps, who was convicted of kidnapping and sexually assaulting a teenage girl last year. These things do happen. Again, that was Air Force, not Marines, that did that. Not to say that Marines don't have their own issues, whether it's legitimate or not, they do happen. Those issues, though, aren't the same thing as dealing with the threat from China, the threat that now is growing. No wonder Japan is building their first army since 1945. They started that because the Biden administration is weak, because the Biden-Harris administration wasn't living up to its obligations under the U.S.-Japan Treaty of 1960. Because Joe Biden capitulated to Russia, he capitulated to Iran, and he was capitulating to China. They all were barn stomping all over Joe Biden because Joe Biden was more concerned about politics than he was about policy. And making sure that the United States had a strong leader and a directed purpose. But this is going to be bad for us. I truly believe. And I know there are people out there who are going, well, you know, America needs to get rid of these bases. We got bases all around the world. We need to get rid of these bases to save money. Well, not quite. I mean, I can understand, do we need bases in England? Not so much. Do we need a base in Germany? Well, kind of, yes, we do. We do need Ramstein Air Force Base. Not because of Germany, but more so because of Russia. We do need that base. Do we need bases in every country that we have them in right now? Not every country. But we do need them in key, secure nations. We do need them, like we have bases throughout all of Africa. We have a bunch of little tiny bases, 300 men, 200 men, 1,000 men, that are all across Africa. Do we need them? No. No, we don't. We need a couple of key bases. You tell me we have a key base in South Africa. We don't, but if we did, in South Africa, that's a stable nation. somewhat friendly to us. That would be smart. Have it in, if there was a northern African nation that was stable and supportive of America, maybe like Liberia, would that be smart? Sure. This way we could have a presence in Africa if we needed it, like to evacuate Americans out of the Sudan. Hey, it would be great to have an American base in Africa, like in Liberia. So we could have gone to get the Americans in the Sudan and have them, give them a place that they can go to quickly to be safe. That would be smart. We don't have that. But we have little tiny bases that can't do a damn thing all throughout Africa. That's a fact. Most people don't realize that. That's not talked about a lot. That's a problem. So those bases, if you told me, well, we're giving up the U.S. military base in Chad that has 300 people, I don't care. It's not really doing anything. It's not really useful to us. Oh, we're going to be Botswana. We're getting rid of our base in Botswana. What, there's 100 people there, max, at any given day? I don't care. But you're telling me about Japan, well, that's a lot more important. The base in Japan isn't just, we're not there for Japan. We're there to protect Japan, sure, but we're also there to prevent China from taking action against Taiwan, from taking action against South Korea, against Vietnam, against the Philippines, and also Japan. And now we're going to be in Guam. And our effectiveness has gone down. This is what the Obama administration didn't think about. This is what the Obama administration didn't care. They wanted to diminish the United States, to diminish our importance in the world and our presence in the world. And to an extent, our presence is necessary. We are the superpower of the world. We are the military power of the world. We are the economy and the freedom of the world. There are responsibilities that go with that. How far? We can debate that. How much should that cost? We can debate that. Should we be the police of the world? We shouldn't, but we are. Because of who we are, because of where we sit in the world, yes, we are. Whether we like it or not, totally different thing. And do we have to have that police force everywhere at all times? No. But we should be certain places strategically. Do I think we should be in Japan? Yes. Do I think we should be in Guam? Not so much. Guam, the only reason we are going to Guam is because we got kicked out of Japan, because Obama kicked us out of Japan. That's it. We used to be in the Philippines. Now we're going to Guam. I don't think this is good. Will it save us money? Short term? Absolutely. It'll short term save us money. Is it going to cost us? Absolutely. Both in terms of our presence internationally, our influence in that portion of the world, and it may cost us militarily. It's going to cost more. Ultimately, we're going to see that if China does as they have promised repeatedly now to do, and they invade into Taiwan, which I have said on this program publicly before that I think would happen around 2028. We have had Air Force generals under the Biden-Harris administration last year have come out and said that they believe Air Force and Navy, it was Air Force and the Navy generals have come out and said that they believe that in between 2025 and 2028 that China would invade Taiwan. I believe it's 2028. Why 2028? Because Donald Trump will be lame duck. He'll be leaving office. Someone else will take over. Someone who may not be a strong leader like Donald Trump is. Whether you like him or not, he's strong. He's a strong figure, and he imposes both through fear and through his actions. He's imposing. He is a strong U.S. leader. Whether you like it or not, that's an entirely different question. So when he's out of the way, And if we don't have an equally strong leader to replace Donald Trump in 2028, and we don't have our forces in Okinawa in Japan stationed and ready to go 24-hour notice, which is what the Marines do. Unlike the Army, unlike the Air Force, unlike the Navy, Marines can be pretty much anywhere in the world in 24 hours. They are an instant response force. We're not going to have that out of Guam. We're not going to have the same capabilities. And China knows it. So if China suddenly goes into Taiwan in 2028 and we're not in Japan and we don't have the immediate response of the Marines like we have right now, and it will take 3 days, possibly a week, possibly 2 weeks for the Air Force and or the Army to be able to coordinate something, to be able to try and add support to our allies in Taiwan because they're being invaded. Hell, the invasion could be over by then. Most likely not. But the fighting will be much, much worse, and it will be further along than if we had Marines in Okinawa. Obama screwed America. If you think I'm wrong, if anyone thinks I've misunderstood that, if you think it has a different outcome, I'm happy to hear it. And I know that the mainstream news media is not going to even address this question. This is why they suppress the channel. This is why you should subscribe. Because they're not going to address this. They're just going to say, oh, we're out. Oh, it happened 12 years ago. Don't worry about which president that was. Don't even think about the fact that this was done under the Obama administration with Joe Biden as vice president. Nah, that's not important. We're just out. We left. And I guarantee you in 2025, when we have more, when all the Marines are out, they're going to blame anything that happens in Southeast Asia on Donald Trump. And that we don't have the response. Well, it's Donald Trump's fault. No, it's because Obama kicked us out of Japan. That's the problem. That's where the first domino fell. That made the United States less capable in Southeast Asia. It emboldened North Korea and China to take action. But no one's going to talk about that. No one's going to mention this to you going forward. You're going to hear it. You're hearing it here. You're not going to hear it anywhere else. Everyone else is just going to, oh yeah, we left. Oh, we saved a little bit of money. Oh. Trust me, this is a drop in the bucket in terms of savings. This is nothing. We're saving a couple $100 million. We spend over $1 trillion on defense. We're going to save a couple $100 million. Big deal. And Obama didn't do this because, well, America's going to save money. He didn't give a damn about saving money. He spent like a drunken sailor. Obama never worried about what the cost was. He was worried about the influence. He wanted to diminish the influence of America. Remember, he wanted to transform America. He agrees with progressive ideology, which says that America is bad inherently. Obama went around the world and throughout much of Southeast Asia apologizing for America being a great nation, being the top of the heap, being the king on top of the hill. Obama apologized for that, and he took his actions to try and reduce America because he was embarrassed that we were great. And these are the consequences of it. Let me see here. There's a couple of comments. Give me a second. I want to check out the comments here. Graham says, isn't one of the capabilities of the Marine Corps that they can arrive anywhere in the world with force in 72 hours or less? Rapid response capability, something like that. Well, no, not something like that. That is exactly it. Yes. The Marines are a rapid response force, and it's not 72 hours, it's 24. The Marine Corps can have Marines land anywhere in the world in 24 hours or less. It's one of the largest standing rapid response forces in the world. And that's what the Marines are for. That's why there's only roughly about 200,000 Marines at any given moment in American history. Overall, we average around 220,000 Marines at any given moment in the world, outside of active world wars. Outside of active wars, there's only about 200,000 Marines. As a comparison, there's about 1.2 million people in the Army at any given moment. There's about 1 million people in the Navy at any given moment. There's about 900,000 people in the Air Force at any given moment. Okay, that gives you the size comparison. But because the Army, the Navy, the Air Force are so much larger, their logistics are far, far more difficult. And the mission of each of the militaries for the United States are very, very different. Marine Corps is meant to breach, they arrive, they break the enemy, they break an inroad like amphibious landing. We're taking the beach. We are the tip of the spear of the American military. They are groundbreaking. They go in. The only job of the Marine Corps is to engage with the enemy through superior firepower and maneuver and remove their willingness and ability to continue to fight. That comes directly from the Marine Corps manual. Yes, I have it memorized. Yes, they drilled that into my brain. Yes, I still remember it 30 years later. So, yes, that is what the Marine Corps is meant to do. Army is meant to hold. You bring in your Army because you're holding something. It's one of the reasons why you look around the world and you're like, oh, well, we're going to use a drone and drones can just solve everything. No, drones can't hold anything. Armies do. Ultimately, you always need an army. Somebody has to hold that building. Someone has to take and hold that hill, that garage, that whatever it is. You need people there. That's what the Army is for. They hold the position and then they expand it. Marines expand the area and then the Army moves forward and they hold on to that new territory that the Marines just got. Navy is transportation and naval combat. Air Force is transportation and aerial combat. It's that simple. Again, everyone has their different job, but it takes a lot more coordination, whether it's air or Navy or land. Their jobs are very slow and they are more logistical. Marines are, here's your M16, go shoot somebody. That's the logistics in the Marine Corps. Go shoot the enemy. That's it. I'm oversimplifying it. Well, not actually. I'm really not. That's not, for the Marine Corps, not really a simplification. For the other agencies, somewhat so. But for Marine Corps, not so much. Here's a gun. Here's some bullets. Go kill somebody. That's, go kill the enemy. That's it. That's the job. So I do want to make that clear. Let me see. Obama, user has been banned, says that Obama was a globalist and unpatriotic. I believe you. Graham mentions, isn't Guam the midpoint between Hawaii and Japan? Yes. Graham says he believes, as a prediction, on China and Taiwan. If the Communist Party of China invades Taiwan through military force, the blowback will result in the downfall of the regime. No, that won't happen. Graham goes on to say they might be able to take the island, but it will be a Pyrrhic victory. I disagree. Let me rephrase that. When China goes and takes Taiwan, as they have promised they are going to do, and that they will do so with force, because they believe they already own it. So in the minds of the Chinese Communist Party, the government of Taiwan are terrorists. And they have said so very explicitly, repeatedly, that Taiwan is Chinese property, that they own it, they always have, and the government there is illegal and terrorist. That's the Chinese position on Taiwan. So going in and taking by force, kicking out, attacking those terrorists in Taiwan, according to China, and removing that foreign government they will think it. They are absolutely sure that is the right thing to do. That's China's position on it. And China isn't worried about what anyone else in the world thinks about it. This is them dealing what they consider their property. They don't care if you like it or not. Now, so that's the first part of it. If China is going into Taiwan, North Korea goes into South Korea. Why? Because the world's going to be occupied with China. In fact, China might use North Korea becoming more aggressive and active against South Korea as a means to give them cover to go into Taiwan. While the world is distracted with one force, here goes the other one. They won't have time to react to both, especially as we're further away. Makes it easier for them to have the distraction and then the main action, which is what most likely, and there are many strategists that believe that that's how that would play out. North Korea would do something, capture the world's attention. While the world is paying attention to North Korea, China would take action on Taiwan. That's one scenario of it. China isn't worried about the blowback because what are we going to do? Are we going to go to war? If we had Marines in Japan, maybe. But Japan isn't going to go to war. They didn't have an army. And now that they are getting an army, do they really want to put the Japanese army of some roughly about 250,000 to 500,000 members? 250,000 to 500,000 will be the first initial army they're going to have. Do they want to put that up against the entire bulk of the Chinese army? I don't think so. Especially if they don't know if anyone else will back them up. Marines aren't there anymore. America is retreating. We are actively in the process of retreating out of Southeast Asia. That leaves Japan on its own. Do they really want to engage with China? South Korea doesn't want to engage. If they start to engage, North Korea engages them. So they'll be fighting a war on two fronts. They don't want to have to deal with that. And again, America isn't there anymore. America is retreating. South Korea does not want to engage into a conflict where they don't have backup. Japan doesn't like South Korea. That's part of the equation. Japan, China, South Korea, and the Philippines, they don't like each other. A lot of Americans forget that. Culturally, they all hate each other. So they don't really like helping each other. And they have a lot of reasons why they don't, going back in history, this one took over that, this nation took over that nation, they subjugated their people, they abused their people. There's a lot of history that goes on throughout all of Southeast Asia. They don't like each other. So if Korea goes in to try and protect Taiwan for some reason, America's not there. Japan isn't jumping over and saying, hey, I got to go help South Korea. They don't like them. They let them sink. They don't care. Same thing for South Korea with Japan. They don't care. They don't like them. Now, they both hate the Communist Party. They both hate China, especially the communists in China. So they would act out of self-preservation against China if China was directly going to South Korea, if it was going to Japan, because they would figure they're next on the list. If China takes over Japan, they're definitely going after South Korea. That's an absolute. So it's self-preservation at that point. Taiwan doesn't guarantee that China's going to go after everyone else. But if they go after Japan or they go after South Korea, yes, they're going for the full sweep. So that's self-preservation. Again, America isn't there. America's that stopgap, that wild card that tries to preserve and maintain the status quo in that region. We're the one person that goes, yeah, well, we'll protect we'll protect Japan and South Korea and the Philippines. We've got treaties with all of them. We don't have any of the history going back in time with all these nations, hundreds of years. So we don't care if Japan doesn't like South Korea. That has nothing to do with us. We said we protect them all. We'll protect them all. We have nothing to do with what they did in the Middle Ages. Who cares? So China doesn't have the same impediment to not go forward. In the current environment that's being created, Obama planned for, that they have been planning for. They knew this was coming. Everyone in the world knew this was coming. Obama made the deal. The world, the U.S., forgot about it. Southeast Asia did not. The world has been waiting for this. They knew this was coming. It's part of the reason why Japan built their army. This is part of their lack of confidence in America, because we're leaving the base. We're running to Guam. We're leaving them alone. They are relatively becoming more defenseless. They had to build an army. But they had to do it now because of China and Joe Biden. China isn't worried. And here's the third thing. Okay, so the United States, let's assume, Graham, that China is upset. China goes into Taiwan. We're upset because China went into Taiwan and took it over. And then what? Is America going to stop buying Chinese-made goods? This is assuming we don't go to war. The United States won't go to war. We're not going to send troops to protect Taiwan. Okay. Definitely under a weak president, we would not send troops into Taiwan to protect them. Under a strong president, maybe, maybe not. But let's assume we don't. What happens next? Oh, we'll put sanctions against China. They already have sanctions. Doesn't matter. And we've seen what the answer has been when we put sanctions on major countries like Russia. What they do? They start doing business with China, North Korea, and Iran. China already has a pipeline, and they've already built the infrastructure to get around sanctions, global sanctions, and they just do business with Iran, North Korea, and Russia. They don't care. In addition to that, they make about 40% of the products that the United States consumes. Now, unless the tariffs work, which I think they will, and America starts becoming self-dependent again, which I think we will, and unless we stop importing as much as we do from China, which I think we will, that's what the tariffs are for. That is the whole purpose of a tariff, to build up our own internal structures rather than export everything or have to import everything. Then China is making 40% of our goods. What, we're going to just stop getting the goods from them and not be prepared when we have no infrastructure built up? If it weren't for Trump trying to build the tariffs now, to build that infrastructure now, could you imagine under a Biden administration where we have no infrastructure in the United States, manufacturing is down, and suddenly China just says, we're not going to send you anything? Well, guess what? We saw what happened with that. It already happened. It was called the supply chain breakdown. Do you remember that? That was 2021, 2022. Global supply chain breakdown. That meant that China wasn't shipping out goods to the United States on a regular basis, and they reduced the amount that they were sending to us. And we were collapsing. China has nothing to fear. They're not afraid. We are too dependent on them, and they know it. So they don't care. So I wanted to talk a little bit about that. Because, again, people don't realize the consequences of these things. And it's not being discussed, and it should be discussed. I'm not saying that you're wrong, Graham, but I'm saying that no one's talking about it. I'm giving you my opinion. I've given you my scenario. I've given you my explanation of why China would go into Taiwan. And that with the lack of U.S. forces immediately in that area, that only increases the likelihood of Taiwan being taken by force. And it only increases the fear that Japan has from China and also South Korea. And it only increases the instability in the region because they don't trust each other. We were the neutral force that kept the glue together. They don't like each other. They hate each other. This is a problem. I'm talking about historically, by the way. I'm not talking about, Joe Japanese versus Joe Korean. I'm not talking about individuals. I'm talking about the nations. and histories of the nations, in case people are wondering about that. So, I mean, this is important. This is very important. But no one's talking about it. Not in that context. Again, you ask the average American citizen, are Marines in Okinawa? They'll say yes. It's not true. Marines are getting out. And then if you ask them, who got the Marines out of Okinawa? Who ordered them out? You might hear someone say, well, it was Biden. You might hear some people say, well, that's Trump. That's got to be Trump's idea because he's, coming in power now. Or no one, I think virtually no one is going to mention, oh, that's Obama. Obama did that. Because they've completely forgotten about what happened in, the average American has completely forgotten what the Obama administration did. What transforming America actually meant. The average American has no idea. They don't understand the consequences. That those consequences have been happening for a decade since the Obama administration. That we're not done with that. That we are still feeling the impact of the decisions made back in 2012. We're feeling them today. No one thinks about that because the news media doesn't want you to think. They don't want you to understand. And they damn sure want you to obey. I have a different purpose. I want you to understand the truth. I remember what happened in the past. I will identify the things that they have done. Shrinking our military in the way that Obama did, on the long term that he did, is not a benefit to the United States. And I know I've just pissed off a bunch of libertarians that watch the show who are more isolationist. I know there's a bunch of progressives that are absolutely losing their minds, but it's the truth. So there's another thing that really upset me. International news. Yes, usually Ben Ban mentions, Obama's silly service economy. Yeah, that's destroying America. Really, part of the reason why we're so screwed up right now is Obama's service economy. We're a service economy. We don't have to make anything. That's stupid. That is stupid for any nation to not make its own goods. It's stupid. Absolutely stupid. Obama had no idea what he was talking about. Anyway, so one of the final things I want to address about what's happening internationally that's not really being addressed right now is what's happening with Syria. Now, over the last couple of days, we have seen the Syrian government under Assad, which had been the Assad family, has ruled over Syria for 50 years. For basically my lifetime. 50 years, they've had control of Syria. They're not gentle, kind people. They're not warm and fuzzy, to say the very least. Brutal dictators often is the way they have been quoted as. But slightly better than terrorist organizations like Al-Qaeda, ISIS, Hezbollah, Houthis, Hamas, Iran. They're not quite as, they're dictators, but not quite as brutal terroristic dictators as those guys. Yes, Syria did use chemical weapons against its own people. So did Iraq, so did Saddam Hussein in Iraq. So has Iran. So there are worse in that region, but they are bad. No doubt. There's no getting around that. They're not good guys. And anyone who tells you that Syria, the Assad regime, were a bunch of good guys has no idea what's going on in Middle East politics. That being said, they were stable. And that's kind of the compromise point for most of the politics in the Middle East. The question is, do we want this nut job or the other one? They're both dictators, but one is stable and one isn't. It's kind of the lesson we learned in Libya with Gaddafi. It's kind of the lesson we learned with Saddam Hussein in Iraq. When you get rid of that dictator, there's no one else there to keep a lid on the crazy that's going on. Those dictators, because they were so... Whoa, what happened? Where's my video? Okay. Sorry, folks. Don't know what happened to the video there for a second. Where did I leave off? Okay. So they're crazy and they're dictators, but they had a lid on the terrorists and the worst crazies that exist in their region. That's not an endorsement. That's understanding the politics of the region as it exists. There is a difference. Now that Assad is gone, there is a terrorist organization that have now taken over. This is the second nation run by terrorists, possibly the third, depending on how you want to count it, in the history of the world. You might say Iran were the first terrorists that took over a nation and started running it. You could say that with Iran, and that would be the 1980s. Leaving out Iran, because I think that's more religious than it was terrorist, but that's from 1980. Throw them out for a moment. We saw this with what happened in Afghanistan is what's happening now in Syria. A terrorist organization has taken over control. And they're making promises to everyone. And they're saying they're not terrorists anymore. Just like the Taliban in 2021. They're not, no, we're not going to be terrorists anymore. We're the good guys. We just needed to fight to win, and we promise we won't be terrorists. We're not going to poison the women when they go to school. We'll let them get a job. We might even let them drive a car. It's going to be a paradise. Don't worry. We're not a bunch of terrorists. By the way, what's happened to Afghanistan since the day we left? Women can't drive cars, don't go to schools, don't know how to read and write. They poisoned the schoolgirls that went to learn how to read and write. The women's rights abuses are off the chart, and they are terrorists. They lied. They lied, and everyone knew they were going to lie. And it hasn't gotten any better, and it's not going to. And it's very, very unstable. Human rights abuses are happening all over Afghanistan on a regular basis. Do we expect that to happen in Syria? Probably. Probably. Because the people who've been fighting, it isn't one group against Assad. There were multiple groups that were for and against Assad, that were fighting amongst themselves and Assad and the lineup. So the United States, as an example, was funding several terrorist groups in Syria while also attacking those very same terrorist groups in Syria. Makes no sense. We're funding them, we're training them, we're attacking them. All the same people. And we would fund, and we also were funding people, this one terrorist organization that hated a different terrorist organization that would get money from the United States. It made no sense. It's a spider web. I showed you that about 2 weeks ago. I showed you the spider web of how all these countries are interconnected. We're supporting one person, but we're fighting against the enemy of my enemy is maybe my friend, maybe also my enemy. It's all true in Syria all at the same time. It's like Schrodinger's government. You may or may not be friends with the government that exists all at the same time. It's insane. So Turkey is saying that and this is the problem. So right now, the HTS, which is a terrorist organization, as declared by the United States, the United Kingdom, and several other countries, who have promised that they're not terrorists anymore, just like the Taliban. They promise they're not terrorists anymore. Don't believe them. I do not believe them, but that's what they have said. They're not terrorists anymore. But in the United States, they are still registered or identified as a terrorist organization. HTS is now talking to Syria. HTS is talking to Syria, to Turkey, and they have promised to get rid of the Kurds. Guess who backs the Kurds? The United States. That's one of our major allies in the region. And we have been training the Kurds. And by the way, the offshoot of the Kurds that don't like Turkey, that's the PKK. And they're the next terrorist group. They are a terrorist. According to Turkey, they are a terrorist. But Turkey doesn't make a difference between the PKK and any Kurd, period. They count them all as the same thing. All the Kurds are the same thing because the PKK are terrorists according to the Turks, and so they want to take out the whole area. And they're telling Syria, if you want to see our support, you got to get rid of the Kurds because Turkey hates the Kurds. Where's America in the middle of this? This is a big issue. This is a problem because we've been playing on all sides. Turkey's our ally, kind of, sort of, most of the time, usually. The Kurds are dependent on us. And we've guaranteed the Kurds that we're going to protect them. That's why we got troops. That's why Biden doubled the number of troops in Syria, is in part to protect the Kurds and also to attack Assad. We're deep in the middle of all of this. And our ally, sometimes ally, Turkey, is saying to the terrorists to get rid of our other ally, the Kurds, and Syria is saying, the HTS are saying, yes, they don't like the Kurds either. They never did. Which is one of the reasons why we weren't supporting HTS. Because they don't like the Kurds. And the Kurds are our guys. Do you see that it's suddenly getting far more complicated? It doesn't end there. But this is important. So we've got to pick. At some point, we have to figure out what are we doing either with the Kurds and or Turkey and now and or Syria, whichever group is there. And we know that Syria are terrorists and that they're going to be, most likely, the odds are they're going to be just like Afghanistan, that they're going to be terrorists. They're going to oppress the women. They're going to oppress the poor and people who don't agree with them. They don't believe in freedom, freedom of speech, freedom of religion. They're not good people. We know this. In the meantime, or at the same time, Joe Biden is in direct contact with the rebels. Joe Biden is in contact with the terrorists, HTS. Joe Biden is making deals and talking to HTS. Remember, last week we were talking about Joe Biden is out Syria. He's immediately, instantly increasing the influence of the United States in there. Remember it was last week? What did we say? Donald Trump said, we're out of this. We are not involved. This has nothing to do with America. We don't need to be in charge of who is running Syria. That's what Donald Trump said. Joe Biden said, oh, hell yes, I'm in this. I want to be all up in the middle of this. I got to be in charge of who wants to run this? Oh, well, you got to talk to America. And then what happened? Thank you, Joe Biden. You put us right in the middle of this. And now we've got Turkey supporting terrorists to try and kill our ally. Does this make sense? This is why Donald Trump said, get out of this. This has nothing to do with us. We've got to minimize, if not eliminate, our exposure here because it's not our fight. And all we need to do is deal with the winner of whoever wins the fight. It's not our fight. Yes, we're a nation. We have to deal with other nations. We deal with the winner. Whoever's in charge, whoever's running the government, that's who we have to deal with. And if they happen to be terrorists, we don't have to do business with them at all. We can exclude them from doing any deals whatsoever. Donald Trump was right. Joe Biden doesn't care. Even though he's a lame duck, even though he has no political power, he's useless, but he still has control of the United States government. And so he sent Anthony Blinken to go over and to talk to the HTS terrorists. And I love that Politico saying, well, they're Syrian rebels. They're identified as terrorists by the United States government, by the United Kingdom's government. They are terrorists. If your headline is supposed to be accurate, it should say the Syrian terrorists, because that's who they are, according to our government. They're saying rebels because it now sounds nicer, because the United States is now talking to and making deals with terrorists. And the last time we did that, the Taliban, it didn't work out well for anyone, except the Taliban. Of course, Taliban made out like bandits. Everyone else lost. So they want to distance Biden and the Biden administration from the failure of the past that will likely be repeated in Syria, and to try and minimize the forward-looking of people, the consequences, try and distract us from the fact that the consequences from this are going to be bad for America, because we're deep in the middle of this, because Joe Biden keeps putting us in the middle of this. So he's got Blinken going out. There's no reason in the world why we should be talking to the terrorists now. The government of Syria right now is not confirmed. We don't know who's really in charge. We don't know what their policies are. We don't know what their plans are. It is not clear. There is no reason that right this second we should be talking to Syria. We should be sitting back, finding out who's in charge, what do they want to do. Biden is in the middle of this. This is a problem. This is a big problem. And it's going to blow up in our face. And he's making it a problem for the next guy, which happens to be Trump. Biden doesn't care. He's not president anymore. He's never going to run for the presidency again. He's about to go to an old folks' home. I'm not trying to belittle Biden, but he's mentally no longer with us. He's inconsistent and incontinent. So that's Biden. He doesn't care. The consequences of what he's doing right now have no impact on him. And since he gave Hunter a pardon, and he's given all his buddies pardons, he's got no worries about anyone he loves being impacted. The rest of the world, who cares? This is a problem. The first public confirmation, this is from Politico, the first public confirmation of interaction with HTS came at the conclusion of Blinken's diplomatic tour of the region, sparked by the sudden downfall of the Assad decades-long rule. So Blinken was sent out by Biden to run around the Middle East and find out who's in charge, what's the temperature, what does everyone think, and to make buddies with everybody who's in charge. That's what Blinken's job is. I don't blame Blinken for that's his job. I get it. If the president says go, that's his job. He goes. If the president says talk to the HTS terrorists, that's Blinken's job. I get it. I don't blame Blinken. I do blame Biden because he sent them. It goes on to say, Blinken, Secretary of State for the United States, he signed off on a set of guiding principles for Syria's transition with officials from 8 Arab nations, Turkey, the European Union, and the United Nations. So Blinken made a deal. Blinken got in the middle of everything about Syria, even though we don't know who's going to be in charge. We don't know what they want to do exactly. We don't know if they can make a government or do anything they promise. We have no idea. We do know that Syria is just a hodgepodge of groups that all hate each other and have been funded by multiple countries that hate each other to be able to fight for over 13 years. And here he is, Blinken jumping in, saying, hey, here's our handful of people, and they all say you should do X to Syria, to HTS, saying, hey, you guys should do this. And if you do this, we'll treat you like a good guy. We'll forget that you're terrorists. We'll forget that you've been fighting for 13 years. We'll forget all the atrocities you've done, and we'll have business deals with you, just like we do with Afghanistan right now, where we have billions of dollars of aid going out to Afghanistan to the Taliban forgetting about the 20 years of fighting that we had against them because they're terrorists, forgetting about the fact that they poison girls that go to school, that they beat women around just because they learned how to read and write and maybe drive a car. We're going to forget all that. And that's what he sent Blinken to do. And I want you to think about it. Because, again, no one will focus on this. No one will address this with you. Blinken made a deal with the Syrian terrorists that Turkey agreed to. What did Turkey just say they agreed to? To kill the Kurds. I just showed you the article. Where is it? Where is it? I just had it in front of me. See, I had it all organized and then I lost and mixed it up. I was just showing you. Oh, God. Now I can't even find it. Now I can't even find my own article. But I was just showing you the article where Turkey has said Syria will support that Syria will get rid of the Kurds. And Blinken knew this? Blinken knew? Did he throw the Kurds under a bus? And if he did, and this is the part to really think about, if Blinken, under the order of Biden, Joe Biden, threw the Kurds under a bus because we trust Turkey and we need Turkey more than we need Syria. So to make Syria happy about HTS being in charge of Syria, we gave up the Kurds. The Kurds have a terror group. It's called the PKK, trained and funded by the United States. Does this sound like Al-Qaeda? Does this sound like ISIS? Does this sound like how half the terrorist organizations in the Middle East over the last 3 decades all started in the same setup that we've been talking about on this channel for 4, maybe 5 years now? No, 6 years. 6 years we've been talking about the PKK. We trained them. We funded them. This is, what's his name? What's his name? Obama, the one we killed. Osama bin Laden. And his Al-Qaeda. Same thing. We trained them in Afghanistan to fight the Russians. And we funded them to fight the Russians. But they were terrorists. They were always terrorists. And when they got rid of the Russians, they kept being terrorists. And then they turned on us. The PKK, they're terrorists. We trained them. We funded them. They're still terrorists. And now what happens if the Kurds are thrown under the bus for Turkey? What is going to happen to those PKK Kurds when they have to deal with America? No one's talking about this. No one's thinking about this. I could be wrong. I could be absolutely wrong, folks. And I hope I am. I don't think I am. Finally, under the agreement, the transition process must be Syrian-led. Okay. And inclusive. Are you kidding me? You're talking about 13 different groups that all hate each other and have been fighting for over a decade trying to kill each other. And you think they're all going to sit down and say, hey, yeah, I'm in the government with you too. No. This isn't a right-left, you're a conservative, I'm a Republican, I'm a libertarian. No, these are people who are trying to kill each other. They're not sitting down to be inclusive in the government. That's not going to happen. The rights, this transition process must agree to the rights of all Syrians, including women, that they all must be respected. They don't respect women. It's part of their religion. It's part of the reason why they were fighting in the first place. Assad did believe in women's rights. He didn't like them. He didn't treat them well, but he believed that they had rights. The terrorists don't. You're talking about a step backwards, and they're supposed to respect women. Yeah, guess what? the Taliban said they would respect women too. They'll say anything to get the money. They'll say anything to get you off their back. But what they do, entirely different. So they have to, now these Syrian terrorists, religious terrorists, are supposed to be respecting women, providing unrestricted humanitarian aid. They're not going to let their enemies that they hate, that they have sworn to kill, and give them humanitarian aid. They're not going to let that happen. They may tell you they will, just like Hamas. Oh, yeah, the public get all the food and water. Yeah, and then you go a quarter mile down the road, and it's Hamas taking all of that stuff off the trucks for their own troops. Same thing's happening in Syria. Same thing happened with the Taliban. Same thing. Syria is banned from being. Syria must prevent terrorists from using Syria as a base. Are you kidding me? Do you know how many bases of everyone, ISIS, Al-Qaeda, PKK, you name it, they all have bases in Syria and have had bases in Syria for over a decade. Some of them have been supported by either the United States or Turkey or Russia or Iran or some combination of all of those. You're telling me they're all going away? No, they're not. No, they're not. That's stupid. And all chemical weapons stockpiles must be destroyed. Who's going to make that happen? How are you going to guarantee that? No one's destroying the stockpiles. Everyone wants the stockpiles so that they can hold it over the head of all of their enemies so they can have more political power. No one's going to get rid of them. They may move them, but they're not going to get rid of them. That's like holding a nuke over somebody's head. In fact, that is the same as holding a nuke over somebody's head. They're not getting rid of them. They will move them. They will hide them, but they will keep them because power goes right along with those chemical weapons. This is a farce. Joe Biden's going to do a victory lap saying, I made Syria better. No, the hell you haven't. These are a bunch of lies, and this is a spider's web of problems that he just kicked down the road. Trump has to deal with it now. The generations afterwards are going to have to deal with this. We didn't have to have this scenario. Blinken didn't have to make this deal. Blinken didn't need to have this conversation. The fact that we are, especially this early into the process, what happens if the HTS isn't the one who winds up sitting on the throne in Syria? All of this goes to waste, and you just pissed off whoever replaces HTS. This is stupid. Let me go back to some of the comments here. Graham says, from what I've read, the Syrian people are much happier now that Assad has fallen. Well, the dictator's gone. Of course they are. And the new guy hasn't shown his stripes. They don't know who's in charge. They think it will be better. If you asked, again, this is, I keep referring back to it, but it's the most clear recent example we have. The Taliban in Afghanistan. The day the United States left and the Taliban took over, there were many, many people who were celebrating and cheerful, especially when the Taliban promised they weren't going to be terrorists anymore, that there would be religious freedom in their country, that women would still be able to go to work and read and go to school. They made all the promises. People were happy in there because they were pissed at all the prior rulers. And then look at what happened. So people are saying, oh, well, I'm happy, Assad's gone because Assad killed my uncle, my cousin, my brother, my dad, my mom. Yeah, he was a terrible dictator. I'm not saying he was a good guy. I'm not saying that he did anything nice. And they say, oh yeah, these guys are great because they promise they won't do the very same thing until they do the very same thing. Graham goes on to say, HTS seems to be building towards legitimate elections and self-governance. Seems is the key word. Currently is the key word. I would love for HTS to prove me wrong, to show that they have completely turned the leaf, that they have given up on their terrorist origins, because they are originally a terrorist ISIS group. So I would love that they gave up on being like ISIS. They gave up on being terrorists. I don't think all their members have done that. I don't believe it, but I would love to be proven wrong. I don't think I will be. Is it better for New Syria to trade and do business with the United States dollar or with the new BRICS currency, the US dollar? The US dollar is the currency of the world. We are the reserve currency of the world. So every nation does business, or should be doing business, in the US dollar. The nations that can't do business with the dollar, like Russia, are due to sanctions. Same thing with Iran. And they are excluded from doing trade, which is why they do backdoor deals like with China, so they can get around not using the dollar. The reason why BRICS exist is to escape the control of the dollar, to try and promote China. BRICS is China. That is the Chinese economy. China wants to replace America as the strongest economy in the world. That's what BRICS is about. Obviously, the United States is responding to that. This is the reason why Donald Trump said any nation using the BRICS currency instead of the United States currency will have a 100% tariff. He didn't say, oh, I'm going to throw a 100% tariff out there just because. There's a reason. He's protecting the United States dollar. Because the United States, if we aren't the currency of the world, inflation skyrockets. We start having significant economic problems. So we have to protect the U.S. currency. That's why he said, if you use BRICS, then you get a 100% tariff. A lot of people left that out in the news. The mainstream news media left that out of a lot of the conversation. That Trump said, if and then. That this was conditional, the 100% tariff is conditional, and it is based on BRICS. It's based on preserving the U.S. position, to preserve the U.S. economy. A lot of people don't realize that, didn't notice that in the news, and the mainstream news media didn't want to clarify that this is about America's survival. So Syria, I don't care who's in charge of Syria, should be using the U.S. dollar as their currency. And if they're not, we have a problem, and that is a problem for America, because that messes with our economy and our stability in the world. Would they use BRICS? Probably not. Why? China doesn't really want to be involved with dealing with this powder keg of problems, which is why they largely stayed out of the conflict. I mean, Russia was in there, U.S. was in there, Iran was in there. China wasn't. China didn't want to deal with the powder keg. Too many problems. So they're not begging Syria to become part of BRICS. And if China isn't worried about it, Russia already lost everything they invested in there because they were backing Assad. So they lost all of their investment in Syria. They don't give a damn what Syria does. Iran lost their position in Syria, and they are preparing, both Russia and Iran are preparing for sanctions coming from Trump. So at this point, they don't care what Syria is doing. So the main countries that would try and convince Syria to be aligned with BRICS don't care about Syria. And Syria cannot survive a 100% tariff. Cannot. So, no, it would be absolutely stupid and insane. It would be self-destructive. It would be national suicide for Syria to start working with BRICS instead of the dollar at this moment in time. If we didn't have Donald Trump, if you had Kamala Harris, maybe that's a whole different conversation, whole different economic outlook. But with Donald Trump about to assert himself as the president with the policies we have seen so far, it would be suicide for Syria. They would impoverish their entire country, and it would be devastating. It's a dumb idea for them to do BRICS. I hope that makes sense. I hope that's clear why they can't use BRICS. Does that make sense, Graham? Does that answer that for you? I don't know if it does. It's a bit involved. This is why the mainstream news media won't talk about it. Because it takes, one, you have to assume that the person you're talking to is intelligent. I do. My audience is intelligent. So when I say something, you'll understand it. Whether you agree with it or not, totally separate question. But you understand what I've said. The second thing is, it's detailed. We have to go through all of the players, the way they are interacting with each other, and the way that different pressures affect everyone. We have to have an understanding of that, which is time-consuming and complicated, but it clarifies what's actually going on. And the news media doesn't want to do that. They don't want you to realize that this goes back to Barack Obama. They don't want you to think about how Biden is screwing this up for the future. They don't want you to think of Democrats as having screwed up. They're protecting Democrats by not talking about this honestly, by not telling you that this was dumb, by not telling you that this is going to fail based on what they have put forward so far, that either the terrorists will be terrorists, and that is a failure for the world, or the government fails because they all hate each other, or if it succeeds, well, I mean, that would be the best case scenario, but the odds of that happening, just unlikely as hell. I'll win the lotto before, we see Syria stable. Graham says, so if it's better for Syria to trade, do business using the US dollar, shouldn't we help them diplomatically clean up their previous regime crimes and come out from underneath US sanctions? No. We have no obligation to them to do any of that. That's for their government to figure out, because they may not want to do all of that. Just like here, the Syrian terrorists that are now possibly in charge of the government do not respect women. They have not consistently not given humanitarian aid to anyone that isn't a benefit to them. So it's not on the United States to make sure that they do these things. It's not on us. It's not our responsibility. It's not our obligation. We have nothing to do with that. And the less that we have to be involved with whether or not they do these things, the better it is for us. They have to do trade with the dollar. That doesn't mean the United States has to be involved with them. It just means, okay, you're going to use the United States dollar. Period. Full. Done. Trade or not trade. And our decision to whether we're going to trade with them or not is based on how are you treating the women there? How strategically important is your nation? Are you using chemical weapons against your own people? Are you throwing the Kurds under a bus to get Turkey to help you out? These are the things that we are concerned about. That's the only thing we should be. And at the moment, we have no way. They can promise anything and everything under the sun. And we have no way of knowing, are they being truthful or not? Will this work or not? No way to know that. Why be involved? It's way too early. Way too early. Does that make sense to you, Graham? Can everyone who's watching, can you understand why I'm saying these things? Why these are the most obvious and likely consequences because of what Joe Biden's doing? Joe Biden is screwing the United States. He is putting America in a worse position, And the media is trying to tell you that it's a better position, that he's doing the best thing possible. No, he is not. This is not good for America. This is not a positive, and we should not have Blinken there right now. This is not our problem to work out. We should be on the sidelines, just like China, waiting to see what happens next. We should be prepared that if they ask us, hey, hey, America, we're treating the women okay. We're letting them read. Aren't we great guys? We let women read. Do you want to do a business trade with us? Can we get some humanitarian aid? How about that? We don't have to go after them. They're using U.S. dollars. They need U.S. dollars. They know we've been dumping money into that region, and they know that we don't want them accepting Russian rubles. We don't want them taking Iranian dollars or help from China. They know that if they do the right thing and then reach out their hand to the United States, the U.S. will probably give them what they want. The incentive is already built in. They know they can go to the largest economy in the world and they can get pretty much whatever they want just because we don't want Russia or China or Iran to get it instead. And all they got to do is the absolute bare minimum: don't kill your own people. Don't go around killing your own people. Don't obviously start beating women down in the middle of the street just because they learned how to read and write, and stay away from the Kurds. We like the Kurds. Stay away from them. That's all they've got to do. And if they do that, they will tap into billions, hundreds of billions of dollars will come flowing right out of the coffers of Washington, D.C. establishment into their country. They'll become filthy rich. Each and every one of the leaders will become filthy rich. All they got to do: don't kill the women, don't kill the Kurds, don't obviously work with Russia, China, or Iran. That's it. That's all they got to do. And the question is, why are we getting involved until they do that? They know what's up. We know what's up. The world knows what's going on. Why are we wasting time and energy and getting involved before they get their act straight? I don't understand it. That's because Joe Biden's an idiot. Or whoever's advising Joe Biden is an idiot. I cannot understand their logic. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't. China's not going in there. China has stayed out of this conflict for 13 years. They're not walking in tomorrow just because someone else says, I'm in charge now. China's not jumping into the middle of this. Russia and Iran just lost. They're not going back in. We've got time. Sit back, see what happens. There is no rush to this. Does that not make sense to people? Isn't that absolutely clear politically? There is no rush. No one is going to step in and try and replace America's position here. No one else has the ability to step in and replace America's position here. Everybody who had any kind of influence that would be of a magnitude equal to the United States already lost. They've already lost. Everybody, including the United States, all the major players lost. The U.S. lost, Russia lost, Iran lost. We all lost. HTS is a terrorist cell, a small group that rose up in the middle of all the fighting, and while everyone was fighting everyone else, they ran in and sat down on the throne. That's essentially, overly simplified, that's the thing. Everyone else is fighting around them, and they just rushed forward and jumped onto the throne. That's it. There's no rush for us to step forward and say, okay, we need to be in the middle of this again. We need to rebuild the web. It just doesn't make any sense. Am I being clear? And I'm not trying to patronize anyone. I'm not trying to dumb this down. I'm definitely not dumbing this down, but I am trying to make it simple enough to understand in a conversation without having to spend 5 years explaining all the details of everything that's been going on. Obama screwed this up from the beginning. And again, this goes back to Obama. This goes back to remember the red line in the sand that Obama was drawing against Assad? This is going back, again, this goes back to the Obama administration and his failures. This is ridiculous. Not everyone will like the truth that this goes back to Obama, that Biden is screwing this up, that the United States has no reason to be involved in this, that it is in America's best interest not to touch this at this point. People may not like that. Doesn't mean I'm wrong. Politics rarely has anything to do with how people feel about the politics. Feelings aren't necessary. All right. So we've been on for, 2.5 hours. Time flies, doesn't it? So we've been talking about the international news. Going forward, I do want to talk about what's happening on a more local level. I'm going to talk about the domestic when we get back. But as always, at about 2.5 hours in, I have a 13-year-old puppy. Yes, 13. He's 13 years old because I call him a puppy always. And Khan, my dog, a little bit older, so he's got a schedule, and I know right about now he's going to wake up any second now and scream at me that he wants to go outside for a walk. So I'm going to go and take him for his walk now so we can come back and talk about what's happening domestically here in the United States, which means we're going to talk a little bit about Luigi. No, not from Mario Brothers, the guy who killed the CEO. Let's talk a little bit about him. Let's talk a little bit about Kathy Hochul. She just passed a law, signed into law, one of the dumbest laws I've heard of. Why did she sign this law? I have no idea. Total waste of money and time. But she did. She passed a law, signed it. It's now a law in the United States, in New York State. It makes no sense. It's dumb. But hey, it's going to cost you money. So let's talk about it. We're going to talk a little bit about AOC. Oh my God, what is she up to now? She's got a plan. And how is that going to affect you? We're going to talk a little bit about that. Maybe a little bit more about the drones. How about all the pardons that, I don't know what's going on with Biden. 1,500 pardons. And some of the pardons are really, really crazy. I don't know if you know all the people. The media is trying to dance around the really bad problem with the Biden pardons. That has to deal with China. Media does not want to talk about this one. They do not want you to realize what Biden did for a Chinese national, which might have to do with Hunter Biden, might have to do with the $10 million Hunter Biden got from the Chinese government. 10% went to the big guy. So let's talk a little bit about that. And then there's, of course, the FBI and some of their stellar actions. Oh my God, they have been such great people. And we found out the truth about them. We're going to talk about all of that when we get back from the break. Going to take about an hour. So we'll be back at 6:15. Back at about 6:15. And then we'll pick up with the rest of the show, okay? For people who have not been here before, again, I walk my dog. I get a chance to take a drink, grab a bite to eat, and run to the head, and then we come back to the show. You can do the same thing. Walk your dog, get a bite to eat, drink some coffee, go on to head, check the scores of the games, whatever it is that you do. And you'll be back with us at 6:15, and we'll pick right back up where we left off, talking about the domestic issues, Daniel Penny, and so much more. I look forward to talking to everybody in just a little bit. We'll be right back. It is approximately 6. Hello, everybody, and thank you for joining us. This is No Soundbites Allowed, and I'm happy to be here with you today. It is May 4th. It is approximately 6 p.m., and I thank you for joining us. It is, it's a troubling day because we're having a conversation, and we want to talk about Jordan Neely. We want to talk about the New York subway system, the crime that's been committed, and as user has been banned, has just mentioned, it's the 1980s, the 1990s, where we're seeing crime on the rise and the public react. But there is a twist to that. There is something different about it this time than we have ever seen before. And that is that we're suddenly seeing all this crime, we're seeing all of this result in racism. At least that's the claim that is being made. Now, in a moment, we're going to be joined live on Rumble, and we are trying to get this over to politics.tv. We're seeming to have some kind of trouble connecting to that at this moment, but we do hope that they will join us very shortly. Very simply, the question is Jordan Neely innocent, or is he a criminal? Did he get murdered, or was this an accidental death? And when we get everyone on Rumble joining us, I will restate that. But it's a very important question because it's going to affect all of our lives. Because we're about to see, well, I'll explain it in just a few moments when everybody on Rumble is able to join us. But that's really the question of racism. And how is this going to affect us all going forward? We've still got a few moments to come before Rumble is online and able to join us. Hopefully the politics channel will be able to join us as well. But I'm deeply troubled. I'm deeply, deeply troubled by this and what it means for America overall. Come on. Where is... I'm just waiting for Rumble to catch up here. I don't know why it's not on. Come on. Well, anyway, let's go forward. If you're not aware of what happened with Jordan Neely, the answer is that Jordan Neely was, he's a homeless guy, and as you can see in this video, this is from the New York Post, from Juan Alberto Vasquez. He took this video, and you've probably seen this image across America. It's been a big conversation where the black man, as you can see on the subway train, he's sitting here, he's laid down, he's being held by an individual who's been identified as a ex-Marine, and a black man and a white man. So 3 individuals were holding down Jordan Neely. Fine. And Jordan Neely was being held because he was an aggressor. He came into the subway car. He made statements saying that he was hungry, that he was homeless. He didn't care if he died. And he threw down his jacket looking like he was going to become very violent. This is reported by all the news media. That's something that you heard from the New York Times. That's been said by the New York Post, by Newsweek. This is coming from the person who is doing the live stream, that people felt endangered, that something was about to happen, that this wasn't just somebody being hungry, this was somebody who was an aggressor. And that's important to understand. That's an important aspect of this. Why is this not updating on Rumble? Excuse me, folks. I'm trying to see why this is or isn't updating with Rumble. we should be live on everything, but it doesn't seem to be doing that. Okay. So we know that this guy isn't a nice guy. He's not a good guy. He's got issues. He's a problem. And I'm very concerned about that. I'm very concerned that he endangers people's lives. And we all should be concerned that he's endangering people's lives. So what do we do? Well, if you're the Young Turks, they played this, and I have to be very careful on what I can show. I can't really show more than we can see that Jordan Neely is struggling. He's being held down. This isn't a white on black thing. That's the thing that's being said across America. This is racism. That is an example of racism. I will tell you, no, it's not. Jordan Neely didn't die because he was a racist, because he got attacked by racists. Jordan Neely didn't die because he was homeless. Jordan Neely died because he's a violent criminal. Jordan Neely died because of the choices he made in his lifestyle. Jordan Neely died because progressive policies failed him and the rest of the people in New York City. That's a very strong statement. And I'm happy to hear from anyone. 607-242-9247. You can call in. You can leave a comment like user has been banned. And you can tell me, Mike, I disagree with you completely. That's just not the case. Yes, it is the case. He didn't die because he's black. He died because he's a violent criminal. He died because he has been arrested 42 times for multiple violent attacks. He had a warrant out for his arrest at the time of his death for a violent attack. He is a violent criminal, a repeat offender. And he had mental issues, it seems. Absolutely. And that doesn't excuse anything. Being black is absolutely irrelevant to the situation. But yet we have BLM, we have the Young Turks that are trying to tell you that this is something that is absolutely horrendous because of racism. That's what they want you to understand. They want you to think it's racism. I want you to hear what the Young Turks had to say about this. Okay, so do you hear what he's saying, the Young Turks? Oh, this is because he was causing a ruckus. No, he was threatening people. He was intimidating people. He was there to cause a problem, as he had done well over 40 times before. Not because he was black, but because he was acting in an aggressive manner, and he's a criminal. Okay, and he often, repeatedly, was on the F train, intimidating, coercing individuals and causing attacks and harm to people on the F train. It wasn't the first time he had done that. Many of those people had seen him multiple times at that station causing harm. But the Young Turks would like you to believe, well, this is innocent. He was just asking for food. And he was unfairly put into a headlock. I disagree with that. They want you to believe that being homeless was the crime in this case. Look at the news here. This is from the New York Times. Subway rider choked homeless man to death. Oh, okay. So homelessness, that's the big thing. He's homeless. No. Let's throw that out the window. Let's go into the article, and you can see that there are multiple paragraphs that you have to go through before you get to what witnesses actually said. Do you see how far this is the middle of the article? And what they finally say is that Mr. Neely was acting hostile and erratic. That Juan Alberto Vasquez, not related, a freelance journalist who was riding on the train and shot the video, said the aggressor, this repeat criminal, was yelling about being hungry and thirsty, saying, quote, "I don't mind going to jail and getting life in prison." Why would you say that you don't mind getting life in prison? That means you're telling people you're about to do something, that you are willing to do criminal acts that would leave you in jail forever. First thing that comes to anyone's mind is, I'm about to kill someone. I want you to keep that in mind when you think about this. This is why the New York Times buried the quote. Why you're seeing the news media ignore this. Why the Young Turks wants to say it was a ruckus that this man said, I'm willing to get life in prison. I'm ready to die. Isn't that a statement by someone who's saying, I'm willing to kill someone? Because that's what I would think. That's what I think any normal person would think. If someone walks up to you and says, I'm willing to die today, I'm willing to go to jail for life, I'm hearing that you're about to do something, that you're threatening me. And that's not because he's black. That's not because he's homeless. It's because he's a criminal who engages in violent actions on a repeated basis. And people on the F train have run into him for multiple years being violent and attacking people. This isn't about racism. It's never been about racism. The BLM wants you to believe that. The far left wants you to believe that. The news media is trying to convince you of that. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez wants you to believe this is about being black, that this is a black lynching. This is stupid. That is the most obvious emotional manipulation. See, they kind of forget the fact that, as I showed you, and the very first thing that you could see about this, when you see the video of this, I want to remind you that the people in there, that's a black man holding him down. There were 3 people that were struggling to hold this criminal down. But yet they want to say, well, it's the white guy. 3 people were holding him down, including a black man. A Spanish man was watching the whole thing and recording it. If they thought Neely was unjustly being held against his will, that he was being violent, that he was being attacked, wouldn't they have said something? Would they have done something? Let's go back to what the New York Times buried in here. The kind of language might have led other passengers to believe that Jordan Neely was going to do something violent. Well, no kidding. Quote, I imagine that the collective feeling on the train was that something was happening. How could it be anything but that? But it's okay, because Jordan Neely, we don't want to focus on he's a criminal. The Young Turks avoid mentioning he has a criminal record. They avoid mentioning he has mental illness. No, they want to focus on he's black and he's homeless and that's why he was attacked. No, he wasn't. That's not the truth. Let me dispel this immediately for everyone who's watching. I have been homeless. I have spoken about homelessness. I am an advocate for the homeless. You can go back. Here's 5 years ago when I was talking about homelessness, when I go over to SUNY Broome, a New York State college, and I have spoken to students about this year after year after year, where I've talked about homelessness, how it feels to be homeless, what it is to be homeless. And that's just one of multiple events where I've talked about homelessness. And I can tell you firsthand, being homeless doesn't mean violence. Being black and homeless doesn't equal violence. So to say that, oh, well, Jordan Neely, he was just violent because he's homeless, and that's justified, is a lie. It's not normal, and it's not necessary. It's not a requirement. So it's not an excuse. But yet the media wants you to think it's an excuse. They want to hide away the facts from you. They want to sell you the idea that this is racist because it helps BLM, and it helps to make you afraid, and it helps to make you comply. It helps to keep you afraid so that when the progressives say, we're going to do something, you're going to say, yes, do something. And then they do something that has no help for you. Because they're going to say, well, the answer is bail reform, except that doesn't fix the problem. Then they're going to tell you, well, we have to have social justice and lower the we have to lower the crimes, and release people and let them out early because they're black committing these crimes. That's not going to help you. Bail reform is not helping you. That doesn't resolve the problem. Dow says, did I just warp into Sunday? No. I know I normally do a Sunday live stream, but I wanted to talk about this because as an advocate for the homeless, for someone who has been homeless, for someone who is black and Hispanic and is native, New York City. I grew up in New York City. I spent the first 20 years of my life in New York City. This is crap. People are being taken advantage of. And we need to talk about this because BLM is now trying to rile up people's emotions and create a new saint, another person to stand right next to George Floyd and justify autonomous zones across this nation, to justify riots and arson and murder across this country. They're trying to justify putting you into terror of your life to obey the far left messaging, which will not help you. And we need to call that out in the harshest terms necessary. Now, when I say it's 42 times, to Jordan Neely, 42 times. This is from Newsweek. And again, they bury the information in the articles so that you're not seeing this. Jordan Neely's criminal record, man killed on subway, had 40 prior arrests. You would think this would be the information they would lead with. They don't. You have to go through paragraph after paragraph after paragraph after paragraph after paragraph after paragraph to finally get to them mentioning that he had 42 arrests, which include assault, that at the time of the death, he was on an active warrant for death. They want to bury this, even though this is the purpose of this article from Newsweek, is to tell you that this is a criminal. A violent criminal, a violent repeat criminal. But they don't want you to think about that. They want you to think about, isn't it sad? Let me be very clear. I don't feel sad that Jordan Neely is dead. It's unfortunate. It's sad to some people, but it is a direct result of not only his actions, but the fact that the progressive left justified him. They gave him every single opportunity to continue to commit crime. That's the problem. That's the issue. And that's why I'm upset. Because this isn't a black thing. It's not a white thing. It's not a Hispanic thing. This has nothing to do with any of those things. And if you are falling into that trap, you are being used. You're being used by the far left, individuals like Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, to try and give them political power because of your fear and your emotional manipulation. Because you're trying to make a saint out of yet another criminal. Why is it that the far left, every time that BLM and Antifa and the far left want to put up someone as a hero, as a symbol of police abuse, it's always a violent criminal in the middle of taking violent action every single time? Rayshard Brooks, George Floyd, now this gentleman, George Neely. Think about it. Dow says, the guy on the subway, the death is tragic. I feel the Marine was justified. I think New York City, New York State, and Democratic national policy killed the man, not the Marine. I will absolutely tell you, I don't think this was a tragic death. It's a natural consequence of the choices that were made and the far left policies that are enabling that kind of crime and violence. And we need to say that publicly. I mean, everyone's terrified to say, oh my God, I have to speak out because this is natural. This is the absolutely normal consequence of what we see. When you have bail reform, when you drop the charges on individuals based on social justice and their racial, their skin color, when you're changing the laws to match a political agenda, when you defund the police, reduce the number of police officers so it takes longer and longer for people to actually be helped, this is the natural consequence of that. That you're going to be more in danger and more people will die. the aggressors and the victims. We have to say this. And everyone is walking on eggshells, afraid to say that. They're trying to say, this is a black lynching. No, it's not. He wasn't targeted for being black. He wasn't targeted for being homeless. I know the Young Turks would like you to believe that. I know that BLM would like you to think that. The far left, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, they want you to think that this guy he was being targeted for being black and for being homeless. It's so ridiculous. And as someone who has been homeless, as someone who has lived in New York City for most of my youth, almost all my life, 20 years, as someone who understands this issue, they're lying to your face. They're taking advantage of you. They want to sell you this idea so that you will comply to your disadvantage. I have to say this and make it clear. And I know it sounds like, well, Mike, you said that, all right, but it has to sink in, folks. It really, really does. Because I know that you are hearing these things. Hang on a second. I just want to leave a message on Rumble. Hang on a second. So it's very upsetting here that we're seeing this over and over again. Now, again, if there is anyone in New York City, any Democrat politician, any progressive, any member of BLM, or Progressive Leaders of Tomorrow, Citizen Action, Indivisible New York, any of these far-left organizations that disagree with me and think this is some horrible crime that has happened, please do me a favor, call in 607-242-9247. Tell me why I'm wrong. Tell me how this isn't a direct consequence of the progressive policies. Tell me how this isn't a direct result of the choices of Jordan Neely. No one else. Jordan Neely. Please, I would love to hear that argument. And don't try and lie to me and say, well, Jordan Neely, he wasn't an aggressor. Yes, the New York Times says so. Newsweek says so. When Juan Alberto Vasquez, who took the videotape, who was there present, tells us, yes, he was. So you can't say he wasn't an aggressor. He's the criminal. He's the one who caused this problem. And you can't tell me, well, it's because he's homeless and people are targeting homeless people. No, they're not. They didn't target him because he was homeless. There are lots of homeless in New York City subways. There's lots of homeless people all throughout New York City. There are how many people who are homeless throughout all of San Francisco as they crap on the streets, their feces, making it completely unsanitary? There are 60,000 people easily in various cities across America that are homeless. I speak about homelessness on a regular basis. You can't tell me, well, homeless, so he's being targeted for that. No, that's a lie. But they want you to believe this. They want you to think this is true. The real problem at the end of the day, and I'm going to get to Main Dingus and Dalgrim, I'm going to answer your comments in just 1 second. But the real problem here has to do with choices and consequences, both from the far left and from the criminals, and now for the rest of us. Main Dingus says, why isn't anyone reporting that Jordan Neely took a huge dump in his pants when... Oh, excuse me. Main Dingus, that's just sad. Look, Dow says, I am a big believer in natural consequences. I also believe life is valuable. Losing life is tragic in the sense of ruination of value. Don't deny it doesn't or shouldn't happen. You don't deny it doesn't happen or shouldn't happen. I'm not saying that it's unfortunate that Jordan Neely died. It is unfortunate. It's unfortunate that he made the choices that led to his death. I would say that about anyone. Just like it's unfortunate George Floyd died because of the consequences of the life he chose to lead. But that does not make it racist, nor does it make it the problem of the people involved. We have to be honest. We're never going to resolve this, and it's only going to get worse. Because right now, part of the problem of it getting worse isn't just that they're trying to make the crimes less, where they're trying to release these criminals because of bail reform, because they're trying to, under social justice, to remove the penalty of these crimes so that criminals can commit them more and more often. That's not the end of it. But then we have BLM and Antifa who are trying to rile up the public to create riots, to create arson, to destroy the homes of the people who are in the most poor neighborhoods, because that's where the riots always happen. In poor neighborhoods, burning down their own businesses, burning down their own homes, that only hurts them more. And then we have the autonomous zones that are created, which they've tried to do in Brooklyn already. They already tried to create the autonomous zone in 2020. We have autonomous zones across this country, like the defenders of the Atlanta forest right now, who are currently continuing to destroy Atlanta. They've attacked the police. They've destroyed public property. This isn't an advantage. This doesn't help anyone. And every single autonomous zone ever created is an insurrection zone. It is, by definition, a violation of every local, state, and federal law. Every single one. They are autonomous insurrectionist zones, where we have people from other countries coming into these autonomous zones to destroy America, to destroy our property, to destroy our infrastructure, to create nothing but chaos, and to divide our nation. And that's truly why this story is such a big deal, why it's being spread across the nation, why BLM is screaming at the top of their lungs, trying to make you feel like this is George Floyd all over again. Because they want to destroy this nation. They want to divide people, because they want you to think about anything except the natural consequences of what was done. That's what the Young Turks went on TV to do. That's why the Young Turks were talking about it, because they don't want you to think about the natural consequences. When you reduce or eliminate the consequences of crime, when you take away the funding for mental health, when you demonize people because of the color of their skin, you create situations like this and worse. That's the problem. We need to really be honest with each other. And if you really think I am wrong on that, I would love to hear why. Tell me how I am wrong. Because I can't see it. I don't see how I am wrong on this in being honest with you. Dow says, they destroy those neighborhood properties. That dovetails with the current administration's new housing equity financing policy starting next month. Yeah. Look, it's very obvious. Part of the problem is, as stated by New York City's practical progressive mayor. Again, Eric Adams called himself a practical progressive. And what does he say, as according to the Independent out of the United Kingdom, that the latest budget proposal for New York State will cut funding to the Department of Homeless Services. That's not helping anyone. On the one hand, they're telling us, well, this guy was mentally ill, so you have to excuse and allow him to be violent and to attack people and to be a threat to people, to the extent that he is saying that he is willing to go to jail for life, that he is willing to kill people, and you just have to accept it. It's okay. No, it's not okay. And the problem isn't the fact that he's black. I could care less. And you should care less, because the color of his skin has nothing to do with it. The Marine that they're trying to blame this on, that they're using as a scapegoat for this whole thing, he's white. What about the black man that was restraining him too? What about everyone else that was there watching everything? What about everyone who held him down? Oh, we don't want to talk about that. That's not important. No. They're specifically pointing out one man so that they can make the claim that this was racially motivated. And even though, as video shows us, it's not just one race. It's not a racial thing. No one was making racial epithets during the entire event. See how they're twisting this? Do you see how they're using this against you? Because they're ignoring the actual video evidence that is in front of them. This wasn't just the white guy walked up and just put this homeless guy into a chokehold. That didn't happen. And by the way, in talking about Marines, and I'm going to get to your comments in just one second, but in talking about Marines, let me be very clear about that. Marines aren't trained to subdue anyone. So I understand that was the intent. The intent was to put him into a chokehold, to hold him down until police could arrive and the police could resolve this situation. That was the intent. That's obvious from what we can see and from what witnesses have said. And that didn't happen because, in part, Mr. Neely was resisting for 15 minutes. Mr. Neely was fighting against them, and it took over 15 minutes for the police to actually show up because there are less police. Because defunding the police means that it takes longer for police to show up. I mean, it seems so obvious, I think, when you think about this. When you separate the propaganda, the talking heads, the emotion of saying, well, this must be racist, when it's obviously not. When you separate that crap out, it becomes very obvious what did happen. Let me go back to some of the comments here. Users Band says, well, hold on. Did the guy holding the legs vote for Biden? Who knows? I was told if you ain't black, if you didn't vote for Biden, maybe the black man in the video, he doesn't count. I mean, you've all seen the video. It's three men there holding down Mr. Neely as he struggles and fights against them. One of those individuals absolutely being black, a Hispanic recording the entire thing. But they don't count because that doesn't promote a message that is supposed to make you be in favor of BLM. That's supposed to put you in favor of the far left, to align you with Antifa, because their action is, okay, let's go out and riot. Let's burn down a building. Let's go and attack people because of the color of their skin. You have to obey critical race theory. See, it's white people are evil, black people are victims, so just give up because the government will take care of it all, even though that's not going to happen. I know. Dow says, well, soldiers are trained to kill. Yes, Marines are trained to kill. And I am sure that the Marine wasn't intending to do so, but I can also say, as a Marine myself, that's not why I was trained. All the actions I were trained, all the things that they embedded in me were to kill. So I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised that it wound up being there. And I think it could have been avoided if we had the police, more police. If we didn't defund the police in New York City, there would have been more police to show up faster so that that gentleman, Mr. Neely, wouldn't be dead today. This is the consequences of having a progressive ideology. This is the consequences of passing progressive laws throughout New York State. This is the consequence of defunding both homelessness and mental health services. If you want to be angry about something, be angry about New York State and New York City, that they got rid of the police, that they got rid of the mental health services, that they got rid of the homeless services. That's where your anger should be. You should be upset with the progressives. You should be angry with the elected politicians who have failed both Jordan Neely and the public. You should be upset that they changed the legal system to allow Jordan Neely to be arrested 40 times, including for multiple assaults and having a warrant out for violent assault at the time of his death. But they're going to tell you, oh my God, but Mike, you can't say this, you're black. You have to agree that this was racial. No. Just because I'm black Just because I'm Hispanic doesn't mean I have to blindly accept what some other group with a political agenda is telling me when my eyes can see what is happening, when I can look at the root causes and understand the problems involved. And you should and can too. We need to call this out for the manipulation that it is. Again, I am more than happy to hear from anyone who disagrees with me. Not just in the comments, but even to call in 607-242-9247. And I'm more than happy to hear you tell me, Mike, you just don't understand. Here's the answer. If you would like to try and explain to me somehow how this is, I don't know what the word would be, how this is justified. Well, justified from Mr. Neely's point of view, how the progressives have done the right thing, how reducing the number of police helped Mr. Neely. If you can tell me how releasing him over and over again as he commits more and more crimes and not providing him with mental health services, if you can tell me how that's been beneficial to him or anyone on the subway, I'd like to hear it. Subway crime is at it's back to the levels of 20 years ago. I believe it's increased by 20% in New York City. We're not helping anyone. And demonizing people because of the color of their skin or the fact that he was military isn't helping you. It's just that simple, folks. I really, really want to... I'm hoping and praying that someone on the left will come on and tell me how I'm wrong about this, how I've misunderstood this, how, no, this is a good thing. Because I don't see it. I don't see how this was beneficial to anyone. Maybe I'm missing something here. Because when I look at all the news, when I listen to people like Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, and I want you to see what she had to say. This is Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, and she said yesterday that Jordan Neely was murdered. That's not true because she's assigning intent. And we don't see that intent, and we don't know that intent. Unless the Marine walked up and said, I'm about to kill you, she can't say that. And as far as every witness has been provided, he never said that. So she doesn't know that, and she just committed slander. And matter of fact, because she put it in writing, it's libel, and she should be sued to hell and back. She's wrong. And she goes on to say, but because Jordan Neely was houseless, that's the new thing now. Now he's houseless. No, he's homeless. Don't change the words to try and make it sound nicer, to somehow try and give him a better impression in people's minds. He was homeless, not houseless. And crying for food, he didn't cry for food. He made a demand. He demanded food. In a time when the city is raising rents and stripping services. Why is the city raising rents? Because taxes are up? Because we're in a bad economy due to the decisions of the Biden-Harris administration? Because we're not energy independent? Because bad decisions were made throughout the entire COVID crisis and we didn't allow landlords to accept rent, and yet they still had to pay for the mortgages of their properties? The costs went up, and no one has been able to help that because we're seeing more and more people become unemployed because inflation is destroying the value of the money that we have. That's why rents are raising. And stripping services to militarize. The city is militarizing itself. How are they militarizing themselves when we have less police officers because of defunding the police? The very same thing that she supports. She goes on to say, while many in power demonize the poor, who's demonizing people for being poor? No one is demonizing anyone for being poor. But we're also not using the excuse that you may or may not be poor as giving you the right to go out and rob and to harm people, to commit muggings or violence. That's not an excuse. The murderer gets protected. Again, she says he's a murderer. You don't know the mindset. You weren't on there. And I know, AOC, you haven't been on a train at least since the day you got reelected. You're surrounded by security, and you don't travel on the subway. You have an SUV that drives you everywhere with your protection detail. You don't know what it's like to be on the subways anymore with the crime as it is. And it seems you've forgotten what it used to be like. And she's talking about, well, he's getting protected with passive headlines. Really? Let's think about that. The accuracy of the headlines is in question. Absolutely. But I find this to be upsetting in so many levels. Yes, user has been banned. Part of the reason why rents are up is because people didn't pay rents during the entire pandemic. And yet the costs kept coming. And someone had to pay. And inflation has helped to accelerate that. Look at what the government itself has told us. The Bureau of Labor Statistics has told us one of the highest things, the housing. Inflation has gone up across the country. These are economic problems created by the Biden-Harris administration that have hurt people and accelerated the problem. Again, it's the progressive policies. If nothing else you take from this, and I know it's a bit of a rant, but it needs to be said. We need to be honest with each other. This is all coming as a consequence of progressive policies. It has nothing to do with racism. And if you're trying to justify it under racism, if you're trying to excuse it as racism, if you're trying to tell me that this is a black lynching, you're brain dead. I hate to say it that simply, but to put it quite honestly, you're brain dead. He wasn't being hunted. He wasn't being lynched. Do you even, if you're going to call this, everyone calls this a black lynching, do you understand the definition of the word lynching? Do you understand the environment in which lynchings existed and took place? Because apparently it seems you don't. And we have to, why can't we be honest about this? You can tell me that you are sad that Jordan Neely died. You can tell me that. And I can appreciate that you have sympathy and empathy for his death. I don't. Because it's a natural consequence of what he chose to do. He made a choice, not necessarily to be homeless, but to be criminal and to be a violent criminal. We cannot exclude that in understanding what happened. And if we're ever looking to solve this, we cannot exclude the root cause, his violence and his criminality. That's the problem. He didn't die because he was homeless. He didn't die because he was black. He didn't die because of his mental issues per se. He died because he's violent and he's a criminal. That's why he died. If you think I'm wrong, tell me why. I asked that of Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. I asked that of the Democrats that are trying to turn this away. I asked that of the far left and Antifa, BLM, the progressive leaders of tomorrow. I ask all these organizations, please explain to me. Give me your reasoning. And don't just say, well, he's black. I know that. The Young Turks couldn't get past that. That's the only thing that the Young Turks could talk about in this is that he's black. I mean, what else I want to go back to J.R. Jackson, who's sympathetic to the criminal, the aggressor, the man who said, I'm willing to die and go to prison for life just before this happened. Oh, you guys can't hear that. I'm sorry. I thought you could hear. Sounds like the sound isn't going through. You saw the video. We have people like the Young Turks trying to excuse this, trying to push the manipulation of your emotions, to try and convince you of something that you can see isn't reality. And that's insulting. Over and over again, we are seeing the left. They have been searching for a martyr. They have been searching for someone that they could put up right next to George Floyd so that you will give them more power. That's what, at the end of the day, that's what's really happening here. That's what this really is about. BLM doesn't care about Jordan Neely. The Young Turks don't care about Jordan Neely, whether he lived or died. No, they're concerned about power. That's what this is all about. This is about giving the progressives more power. That you obey what they feel like they should have, to give them your rights and your freedoms. That's what this truly, I believe, is truly about. Yeah, I saw afterwards that the audio cut out. I don't know why. Could be because of the Young Turks messing with me. Fair enough. But this is the problem. That they are trying to, I truly believe, this is all about power. This is a power play. Because BLM tried in 2020, tried to create an autonomous zone in Brooklyn. They tried to convince the people of New York City to burn down their apartments, their businesses, where they work, where they live. And it failed. They tried to take power, and it failed. They did get through bail reform. They did get social justice in New York City, and that resulted in more crime. And then they said, let's defund the police, and they forced out police officers, and they elected a practical progressive, Eric Adams, as mayor. So they got several wins, and the people, the rest of the public, got more crime, and they became more victims. That didn't help anyone, but it gave them more power. But they needed more. They needed another symbol. They need to put up another saint. They are going to turn Jordan Neely into a saint right next to George Floyd, a violent criminal, a violent repeat offender, a drug dealer, someone who is helping to poison our children and our neighborhoods. And they want you to feel bad about that. I don't feel bad that George Floyd died. I don't feel bad that Jordan Neely died. They made choices in their life to be violent and to be criminals. The natural consequence of being violent and a criminal is your life is most likely going to end a lot sooner than if you weren't a violent criminal. And what are they going to tell you? Well, Michael Vos, he has to be a racist. It has to be. Because there could be no other answer. Which is the furthest thing from the truth. Furthest thing from the truth. But they have to make you believe that. They have to try and punish people who speak out and say that this isn't reality. That the crime isn't what we saw, but what led to it. Truly, the thing that caused this crime is the progressive policies and the ideology. It starts with critical race theory. White people are evil, black people are victims, and the only one who can resolve that is the government, political organizations, a political agenda. If you believe that, you have already given up your rights and your freedoms. You're a slave. And then they reinforce that, trying to pick apart things that are happening in our society as it is crumbling, as it is falling down. And they're editing it, selectively editing the things that you are seeing, the things that they are saying, so that you will agree with that. Remember when we had the shooting down in Alabama, the Sweet 16 shooting that was dropped out of the news? They were telling you, oh, well, that's because of that's just guns. It's firearms. It's because of rifles and automatic weapons, assault weapons. And then they dropped the story because every single person involved with the Seat 16 shooting in Alabama were black. It was a gang act of gang violence. That teenagers as young as 15 were involved, something that is criminal in every single state, and not one piece of gun control legislation would have ever stopped it. What about the 3 teenagers who died in Florida because a 12-year-old was involved with a gang that decided to kill those 3 teenagers? A 12-year-old, which is illegal. Gun control completely failed. So they dropped the story. What about in Tennessee, the trans shooter who, as far as we can tell, committed those murders, killed 3 9-year-old children because they were unhappy with their life. They had been sold a bill of goods from the progressives saying, if you transform yourself, then you will be happy. And that was a lie. And the only way out for the trans shooter, that trans shooter thought, was to commit suicide by cop. And that story had to be thrown away as well, because it shows you the reality of the consequences when you follow the progressive ideology to the letter. When you just blanket affirm people, when you just obey what progressives have told you and give up your rights, your freedoms, your choices, and just do what they feel at any given moment. And in case after case, each and every time, what do we see? That people, innocent people, get hurt. Hello, Hal. Hal says they dropped the story because that's how it works anymore. If a story lasts 3 days in the news cycle, that's an eternity in 2023. I don't think it's just a news cycle. It's because they know that if they keep focusing on it, well, the next thing you're going to find out is a progressive policy failed, and that caused it. Look at what happened with Francisco Oropeza. Francisco Oropeza, that story is basically out of the headlines. The last thing we heard about a day ago, and it's already gone now, you don't see this being talked about anymore. He got caught. His wife was hiding him in a closet. He's an illegal alien. What was the root cause of Francisco Oropeza killing 5 people, including an 8-year-old child? The root cause wasn't the firearm that he used. It's because he entered America illegally at least 4 separate times. This was the 5th time he was in America illegally. The open border was the reason why he committed that crime. If our border was closed, he would never have come into America. That family would still be alive today. That 8-year-old would still be alive today if we had a closed border. If we did not just openly allow 5.5 million illegal aliens into America. That's irrefutable. That's the root problem. What's the root problem in talking about Jordan Neely? Again, I said it again and again, and let me say it one more time. It isn't because he was black. It wasn't even because he was homeless. It's because he was a violent, repeat criminal. That's why. He died as a consequence of that, and the fact that progressive policies have made it possible. They took away the police. And when you defund the police, it's not just that there's less police officers. It means it's going to take them longer to get to where they need to be to help you in the public, which will cost people's lives. There is more crime in part because there are less police officers, so it's harder to stop crime. That is the consequence of progressive policies. We have bail reform that are letting these criminals come back out into the public to harm more people. We have social justice, which is editing the law based on the color of someone's skin, allowing some criminals to come back out and to commit more crimes. We're not punishing the criminals anymore. These are progressive policies. At the same time, they have killed the mental health funding. They have killed the homeless funding because they're too busy telling you that climate change is the biggest threat to your life. And they're taking all the money that they could put into mental health, all the money that they could be putting into homelessness, all the money that they could be putting into feeding kids, all the money they could put into securing the border, the money that they could be using to pay for police officers, and they're putting it into climate change, which will not work. Because China doesn't care, because India doesn't care, because Africa doesn't care about climate change, and they're committing more greenhouse gases, while America leads the world in reducing climate change. Again, I will say it, and I've said it before on this channel. America is not a problem. Climate change isn't the problem of America. We've already reduced more than all of Europe and the United Kingdom combined. It's not our problem. We're not the problem of this. We are a solution, and we're doing the best out of everyone in the world. Climate change isn't the issue. But they're taking all the money that we could be using to fix other problems and putting it into climate change because you're distracted, because you're afraid, because they've convinced you that the root problem is whether or not it's going to rain tomorrow, rather than dealing with some of these people need to be in jail for a long time, regardless of the color of their skin, regardless of their lifestyle. Now the new thing is, well, you have to feel bad for Jordan Neely because his mom died horribly. And that is sad, which has nothing to do with the fact that Jordan Neely chose to be a violent criminal. Lots of people's moms die, some of them because of violence. And it is sad, and it is something we should try to stop. But they don't become repeat violent criminals. You can't say that. So that's not a one-to-one connection. That's just emotional manipulation. You want me to feel bad that he made a choice to become a violent criminal because his mom died. That was his choice. You want me to feel bad because he was homeless. I've been homeless. I'm black. I'm Hispanic. I didn't commit violent crimes. I didn't get arrested 40 times for violent crimes. That's a choice. And I'm supposed to feel bad because he made a choice to be a criminal, a violent criminal? I'm sorry, no. So let me go back to some of the comments here. And Born Blondie, I will get there. I love this. Born Blondie is telling me you're making stuff up. What have I said that isn't confirmed? Everything I have said, I have confirmed with the Independent. Again, let me show you so that you can see, because maybe you didn't see the whole show. This is the news coming from the Independent. I've shown what's being said by the New York Times. I'm showing what's being said by the Young Turks. This is Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. After I'm done with the show, I will have the links for everything I've just described, and it will be in the comments. So if you want to tell me, Mike, you're lying, okay, fantastic. Where is anything that I've said not true? I've been homeless. I am an advocate for homelessness. Been doing it for well over a decade. I understand what it is to be homeless. No, I didn't say he was violent 40 times. I said that he's been arrested 40 times, which is true. He has been arrested at least 4 times for committing violence. And he had a warrant out for his arrest for being violent. I can't tell you why he wasn't. Actually, I believe he was convicted. I don't have that answer. The news media won't talk about it. Maybe we should have that conversation. We should have that conversation. So, Born Blondie, I didn't lie. You misunderstood what I said. But I'm trying to be as clear as I can. And you're focusing on, well, see, you're saying that he was violent all the time. I didn't say he was violent all the time. No. Just because you're homeless doesn't mean you get arrested. I've been homeless, Born Blondie. And I have lived in New York City. I grew up in New York City. I spent the first 18 years of my life, actually 20 years of my life, in New York City. I go back on a regular basis. My family's from there. I was born in the Bronx. I was there from the 1968 until after, 1988, 1990s when I left New York City. No, you don't get, no, most people don't get arrested for sleeping on the trains. Okay? So I do know New York City. And I've lived in New York City. And I've seen the crime in New York City. I'm very familiar with that. I've been homeless. I'm familiar with that. He was violent. He's a violent, repeat criminal. That's a fact. Thank you so much for tuning into No Soundbites Allowed today. I'm the political dragon, Michael Voss, and I hope you've enjoyed this conversation as much as I did. Remember, on this podcast, we don't settle for sound bites. We dive deeper, challenge assumptions, and have the conversations that matter. If you liked today's show, don't forget to subscribe, share, and leave us your comments. Your support helps us reach more people and continue to bring you the hard-hitting discussions you won't hear anywhere else. Follow me on the major social media platforms like X, Twitter, YouTube, Rumble, and more to stay updated on upcoming episodes and join the conversation live on our next live stream. We love hearing from you and we value every perspective. We stream live, responding to your chats and calls starting at 2:30 p.m. every Sunday. Until next time, this is Michael Voss, and you've been listening to No Soundbites Allowed. Stay informed, stay engaged, and as always, don't settle for the sound bites. Hello, everybody, and thank you for joining us. This is No Soundbites Allowed, and I am your host, Michael Voss, the political dragon here in our offices in the Bronx, New York, and I'm happy to have you here with me for the second half of our program. We've been talking for a couple hours about what's been happening internationally, and now we're going to be talking a little bit more about what's happening domestically and how this affects the rest of the world and how the world affects us. Yep, okay. Volume should be up right now, just double checking. Yep, okay, we're back. So, during the break, what you heard was the conversation about Jordan Neely from 1 year ago. And we highlighted what was in the news, what was being said by progressives at that time. Now, this was before the election. This was before people were sure that Donald Trump would win, when we were told that he would absolutely lose and he was a criminal and blah, blah, blah. It was before we saw that the news media started to make a turn towards the center of the nation, not center-right, the center of the nation, that they started switching their story. Before we saw politicians, many of them, start flip-flopping on all their issues, and the Young Turks, of course, flip-flopping about where they stand. So when it was very popular under the Biden-Harris administration, we saw a lot of people who adopted the progressive ideology because it was easy and popular and it was in vogue in D.C. And now we see that they're retreating from that. And a lot of the things they said in the past no longer count. Kind of like Kamala Harris, she was all into defunding the police, and now not so much. But not everybody changed their position when it came to Jordan Neely. Jordan Neely and Jan Penny. Because people like Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez stayed exactly where she was. People may have not noticed this. It was earlier this week. Dan Penny was tried by a jury of his peers in New York City, the very same city where we saw a lot of progressives, white liberal progressives, demand that he had to get arrested. And so he did. And he had to be tried for murder. And he was. And the jury said, no, he's innocent. It wasn't a hung jury. It wasn't an indecision. It was clarity. He was found innocent on all the charges, lesser charges and the major charges. Because when you look at the video, as we did, as we talked about in that conversation a year ago, and since that time, we know that there is video that we have all seen. Dan Penny wasn't the only one holding down Jordan Neely. 3 men were doing so. One was Hispanic, one was a race unknown, and then there was Jordan Neely. He was being observed by an entire subway of people who were grateful for what he did. There is no witness, none provided by anyone, that said that Jordan Neely was a racist, that said that this was done because Jordan Neely was black. No evidence of it whatsoever. The evidence that does exist does corroborate what I was saying, that Jordan Neely was violent. He was a criminal. He had mental issues, and he was homeless. And it's the combination of all those factors put together that led to his death. And I do believe, and I believe then and I believe now, the most important of those factors is Jordan Neely chose to be violent. And because of the outreach towards violence, that ultimately led to his death. And Jordan Neely was failed by the government, by politicians, by individuals who want to turn a blind eye to the root causes of the problem and instead try to race bait and make money off of it. Now, one of those individuals is Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, also BLM. We were talking about BLM last week, how they were using images of Jordan Neely when he was far, 20 years younger, when he was doing his Michael Jackson impersonations, long before what we saw, the homeless, mentally deranged, violent criminal that Daniel Penny had to deal with. But they were using the image of Michael Jackson, and you see it even now. BLM is out protesting using the image of Michael Jackson, of the Michael Jackson impersonation, to get money and power. And the only people who are upset that Daniel Penny wasn't arrested, well, it's AOC, possibly the Democratic Socialists of America, and BLM, because they didn't get paid. They're losing power. And the public does not support them in this. Not black people, not Hispanic people. No one is supporting their point of view, their racism. And that's the only thing we can call it. It's justified racism. This is from Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. And what did she say? The subway will be safer if we lock up people like Daniel Penny. That is categorically untrue. Because Daniel Penny isn't running around assaulting 65-year-old, 72-year-old, just running up and punching women in the face. That's not Dan Penny. That's Jordan Neely. Jordan Neely was arrested 42 times. Jordan Neely had mental breaks that endangered himself and others, not Dan Penny. So I don't understand. There's no way that AOC can say these things and it makes sense. But I want to quote her because Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, Congresswoman, says that she perceives the dangers posed by the verdict as, quote, even people who have engaged in manslaughter or who have taken a life accidentally express remorse. The fact that a person has expressed no remorse indicates a risk that it may happen again. She's now said that Dan Penny is a repeat serial killer. That's just categorically untrue. And just because she hasn't seen the remorse that Dan Penny may have had for taking a life doesn't mean it didn't happen. In fact, if Dan Penny is celebrating the fact that he's free, who wouldn't? He was wrongfully and unjustly punished. His life was threatened with life imprisonment for doing the right thing, for protecting fellow citizens from a clear and present danger. AOC goes on to say that Penny's acquittal undermines the deterrent function of the justice system. Wait a minute. Isn't AOC and the Democratic Socialists of America, aren't they in favor of social justice reform? In fact, they are. Aren't they the ones who asked for bail reform in New York State? Yes, they are. Aren't they the ones that said that social justice and bail reform would make our subway system safer? They did. And did that happen? No. Did they enforce and say, well, poor people don't need bail, they need to be out on bail? Yes. Has that led to repeated crimes? Yes, it has. She's been wrong on this at every single point. But now she's going and saying the exact opposite of what she pushed through as law. She came out and used all of her political capital to push for social justice and bail reform. and it failed. And now she's saying, oh no, what we need is what was before that. All the things that she changed, now that's what we need. We need to punish Dan Penny the old way. But didn't you say that didn't work? Didn't you say that was wrong? Didn't you fight against that? Oh, but Dan Penny's white. So AOC's a racist. That's what she's effectively letting us know. She's a racist because she's making her determination all based on the color of skin, not the actions, because we have a 6-minute video of what was happening. We have the eyewitnesses' reports. We have the police report. We have Dan Penny. Everyone has confirmed every aspect of this, and it has nothing to do with what AOC is talking about. It's not even close to anything that AOC is talking about, because she's using race to help her try to get a better position in Congress, because she wants to be more powerful. She wants to hold a higher position. Some say that she will be running in 2028 for the presidency. God help us. And you know what? Better yet, I want AOC to run for the presidency. I really do. Because she's going to lose. She will lose as badly and as embarrassingly as Kamala Harris did. So please, let us hear from AOC. Let's hear the gems of brilliance of her economic degree, because she has none. She's an idiot. She has no gems of intelligence. She goes on to say, allowing those who engage in potentially deadly actions without contrition to escape accountability. That's the problem. That's the danger. Are you kidding me? Have you not looked at who has been getting the bail reform? Have you not seen the repeat crimes that they have made, going out after their victims again and again to make sure they don't testify against them? Have you looked at what's happened because of the open border, and people like Laken Riley are dead now because of that open border, that mentality? And there was no remorse coming from her killer, but yet many on the left were saying open borders are fantastic. We have to keep the border open, let more people in, even though some of them are taking over apartment buildings in Aurora, Colorado, even though we have Venezuelan gangs in New York City that are selling drugs and guns and attacking people, police officers, in the middle of the day. This is what AOC stands for, and this is the hypocrisy of this. If we do not, she goes on, and I quote here, if we do not want to unleash that level of violence, then we should start exerting a level of accountability to prevent it from happening. What in the hell is she trying to talk about? Last week we had BLM saying he's white, so he must be guilty. That this was a lynching, this was a murder because he's a black man. Regardless of his history of violent crime, regardless of his many arrests for violent crime and other crimes, regardless of his mental state, which was deteriorated, if not completely broken. No. It's only because of one thing, skin color. That has to be it, because they cannot conceive of anything else. And AOC can't think of anything else that will allow her to get more power, because that is what she is after. She is looking to gain more and more power. Think I'm wrong about that? AOC officially launches her bid for the top job in the Oversight Committee. Separate of all the rumors that she will be looking to run in 2028 for the presidency, and that many Democrats think that their best chance at winning the presidency in 2028 is AOC, that is insane. Tells you how shallow Democrats are right now, how they have no one who is prepared, no one who is capable, and no one who has a realistic outlook at this time, that AOC is the best choice that they have. But here she is. She's looking to get a promotion. She's looking to get more power. And you have to ask yourself, do you really want someone like AOC to get more power when her goal is to go out there and tell you that Jordan Neely, well, he's the good guy. Jordan Neely was the good guy. Dan Penny is the danger. Dan Penny protecting people. He's the problem that we all have to worry about. Not the homeless, violent felon, violent criminal. No, that's okay. See, this is the same kind of people who say that George Floyd is a saint. That George Floyd was the most innocent person in the universe. Oh my God, how dare the police pick on this repeat drug offender, this drug dealer, an individual who put loaded guns to pregnant women's bellies. Yeah, George Floyd was a saint. They're picking on him because he's black, not because he's a drug dealer, not because he's a violent felon, repeat violent felon. No, it had nothing to do with it. It was all because he was just black. Jordan Neely's just black. That's it. That's the answer to everything. Every problem in the universe. What's the color of skin? When did we stop calling people like this a racist? I don't remember when that happened. I'm 56. And I don't remember where it was in the timeline. I think it's around the 2000s, somewhere around 2005, 6, somewhere in there, that we suddenly stopped calling people like this a racist. Because this is racism. Not reverse racism, not some kind of version of it's racism. Pure, simple, straightforward. It is a bias against individuals based on the color of their skin. That's all it is. And AOC is trying to make it sound really important, make it sound really good. Oh my God, women have to be terrified of Dan Penny. Dan Penny was protecting women. Jordan Neely was attacking women. I don't know. This world is getting crazy that we are seeing these kinds of things happen over and over again. And people like Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez are taking advantage of it to give herself more and more promotions. She's taking advantage of it, of people's emotions and lack of information, to be able to give herself more power. And God help us, look at what she does when she gets to power. Look at what she did with the bail reform in New York State. Look what she did with social justice reform in New York State, which is part of the reason why Jordan Neely was on that subway car and had everything happen. It's her policies, her ideology that opened the border. That's how Laken Riley died. We need to call these people out for these insane policies that they have put forward that are directly harming other American citizens. And we have to stop rewarding them with re-elections and promotions to higher positions. This is not in our best interest. They are dividing this nation. They are destroying the foundation of this nation, and they have promised that they will do even more if they get the power to do so. AOC has said in the past that she wants to break the Constitution. That's what the Democratic Socialists of America are all about. They're socialists, not capitalists. They're not Democrats. They are socialists. They want to break the Constitution and rewrite it all. That's AOC. That's her faction. Why are we giving these people more power? Because AOC now is saying, well, no, I'm really a moderate. No, she's not. She never was. It's a lie. That's as big a lie as saying that Joe Biden is a man with, sharp as a tack, has all of his mental faculties. No, he isn't. That's a lie. That's as big a lie as saying we got all the Americans out of Afghanistan. No, we didn't. That's a lie. It's been proven a lie over and over again and again. When are we going to start holding these people accountable? This is why the Bronx Conservative Party yesterday had their candid outreach to let the public know there are other options than people like AOC, that there are people who are consistent in their values, and their values make sense to the majority of the American people, as opposed to AOC, who will say pretty much anything that will get her more power. And everything that she said initially, what we hold her to, is that she wants to destroy the very system that we've all lived and prospered from. I am so happy that Daniel Penny was found innocent. It was a shock. If you remember last week, I wasn't sure that he would be found innocent because this is New York State. Because New York City is filled to the brim with progressives and liberals and individuals who have been indoctrinated by our education system to believe that if you're white, you're a criminal, and if you're black, well, you're a victim forever. No matter what you do, no matter what you think, no matter what you say, no matter what the circumstances, white equals criminal and evil, and black equals weak and a victim and somebody that has to be helped because they can't help themselves. The whole critical race theory ideology, the entire intersectionality, it's all about dehumanizing you. When we really sit down and think about what they have said and what it means and their solutions to these problems that they are creating themselves, they're dehumanizing because you have no agency. You are not in control of your life. The government micromanages everything. The government gets to make the decisions for you. The government tells you what's good and what's bad, no matter what you see. Dan Penny got lucky. He got lucky that there was a 6-minute video. He got lucky that there was a subway car full of people. He got lucky that there were 3 people holding down Jordan Neely, not just himself. As much as the news media wants you to think that it was just Dan Penny alone, no, we have video, we have the photos. We know for a fact there were 3 people holding down Jordan Neely. That's how much Jordan Neely was struggling. Let me not say this, and I want to make sure, I'm not saying I don't have compassion. I do. I am an advocate for the homeless, absolutely. I'm an advocate for our veterans who need medical help, medical and mental help. Many of them have PTSD. I understand that there can be some problems. At the same time, I also understand and hold people accountable for the decisions they make. If you are a repeat violent criminal, I'm going to hold you accountable for that. You don't get a free pass just because you're homeless. You don't get a free pass just because you have a mental illness. You don't get a free pass just because you're black or that you can impersonate Michael Jackson. That's not an excuse. That doesn't justify the crime that you committed. Violent is violent. We have to take that as it is, not excuse it, not push off the blame on someone else or some other institution. Jordan Neely did that. Jordan Neely is accountable for that. Sadly, Jordan Neely wasn't held accountable for it, and that's why he was on that subway car, and when he became violent again, it cost him his life. So I am happy that Dan Penny got acquitted, as he should have been. He should never, ever have been charged. But I know what would have happened. But if he had been convicted, I know what wouldn't have happened. Daniel Penny would not be part of the 1,500 people who had their sentences commuted. Part of the 39 people who had their crimes, they were given a pardon. This is separate of Hunter Biden, who got an 11-year free pass. Every crime. I had a friend of mine. Matter of fact, it was at Liberty First Foundation. Frank Johnson asked a really interesting question. We know on the laptop that we now know, after 2.5 years, we finally found out Hunter Biden's laptop was real, confirmed absolutely his. And on that laptop, there are images of women in lewd poses. One of those women, a young black woman, was exceptionally young looking. Now, she may be just a very young looking woman, or she may have been underage. We don't know. Because no one has been able to find that woman. No one has been able to ask her any questions about that incident. But that could be one of the crimes that would have been covered that Joe Biden, nope, waved it off. Nope, not something we're going to worry about. My friend Frank raised the question. This pardon that Joe Biden gave to Hunter Biden was so expansive that if Hunter Biden was with an underage young woman and killed her, he's been given a pardon for murder. This is inappropriate. But Joe Biden decided he wanted to commute the sentences of 39 people. And I wanted to also add in there, let's see. See, the mainstream media doesn't want to talk about this, but Joe Biden pardoned a Chinese spy who possessed thousands of documents of child porn. And I know I'm going to get suppressed like hell because of this. Please like, share, subscribe. But this has been covered by many people. You may have seen it by Tim Pool. Tim Pool covered this story as well. Many of the independent news media have covered the fact that Joe Biden gave a pardon to an individual, a Chinese citizen in America, who had thousands of documents of child porn, and he got a pardon. But if you look at what the news media was telling you about it, if you look at what the AP was covering on this, which is very similar to what NBC, CBS, the mainstream news media, you're not going to hear about that. You're going to hear about all the great things, about how wonderful all the key individuals, not just his son, but some wonderful, heartwarming stories. But look at the clemency, the pardons, commutations. Nobody has ever been as close as Joe Biden so far. And Joe Biden's still going. There are rumors he's going to be pardoning Dr. Fauci. He's going to be pardoning his entire cabinet, essentially. That everyone connected to the jab is going to get a pardon. Everyone that was questionable in their actions during the entire Biden-Harris term are going to get pardons. There is a very strong chance that that, in fact, will happen. So these numbers are going to increase to levels we have never seen before. And they are each and every one all-encompassing pardons and clemency. That you are forgiven for everything, even child pornography. I find that incredible and upsetting and sad. But everyone's talking about the drone. If they're not talking about the drone, they're talking about the guy who shot the CEO. But when it comes to the drones, you see, the government has no idea what's going on. They'll kill the squirrel. They'll kill your pet in a heartbeat. Come in with a SWAT team, kill your pets just because they happen to be there. Because they might possibly have rabies, even though it's been your pet for 7 years. Your pet squirrel. But, oh my God, if you have child porn and you know Biden, you're fine. Don't worry about it. Not even a problem. Oh, if you're on a subway punching women in the face, don't worry. Not a problem. That's okay. It doesn't make sense to me, folks. It just doesn't make sense to me what's going on. And I get it. They're out there and they're saying, oh, well, we're going to use a high tech and we're going to find out where these drones are coming from and how they could be in America right now. I get it. But is that really the biggest thing? We know that these drones have been around for a long time. We also know, as I reported 3 weeks ago, we know that there have been drones over our bases throughout the South of America. We know this for a fact. There have been at least 17 drones over some of our bases in Georgia, as one example. We know that. I covered the story about that. Now this is happening here in the north, and we don't know who's in charge of any of these drones. But they're saying, don't worry, it's not a problem. Don't even think about it. It's not even worth worrying about. why not? Remember when there was, what was it, a year and a half ago? There was a Chinese spy balloon floating over Canada and across America. Do you remember that? I do. Remember they told you, don't worry, it's not a big deal. It's just a weather balloon. No, it was a spy balloon. We knew it was a spy balloon. People identified it as a spy balloon, that this was the Chinese government spying on the American people. It was easily and instantly identified. Once the government could no longer lie about what the nature of that balloon was, the Biden-Harris administration allowed the balloon to travel across America, spy on every single institution it wanted to get pictures of, our missile silos, our bases, our people, our cities, our roads, everything. And only after it had completed its entire mission, then they shot it down. Because, oh my God, well, we couldn't shoot it down over Montana. It might have hit a caribou. It might have hit a moose or an elk. Because it sure as hell wasn't going to hit a person in Montana or North Dakota or South Dakota. There are no people there. Look, I got audience everywhere. There's no people relative. There's like nothing. What, 10,000 people? If you're not right in one of the major cities, the chances of you being hit by something falling out the sky in Montana or North Dakota are almost zero. And we could have shot down that Chinese spy balloon then. We didn't. They let it go. But you were told, don't worry about it. It's perfectly fine. Nothing to worry about. It's just the Chinese government getting information about our military bases and our infrastructure. How could that have any negative influence on the American people? How could that hurt us at all? And now we have drones that no one knows about. But you're not supposed to talk about that. No. There is this murderer. No. The news media wants you to talk about the CEO killer. That people are trying to put together a GoFundMe for Luigi. Because Luigi, oh, he's such a great guy. Oh, he killed the CEO. I was having this conversation with my good friend Larry Sharp, who's a libertarian, who's more in favor of single-payer health care than I ever will be. Can't stand single-payer health care. It's an absolutely horrendous idea. Do not give the government more power to screw up your health care more than they have already done. But Luigi decided that instead of trying to repeal or fix Obamacare, rather than trying to go to the government and fix healthcare, because all of the CEOs, all the healthcare, that's been mandated by the government. Obamacare is the reason why people are being denied for coverage like they are. Because Obamacare gave them that authorization, put that parameter on these companies. By law, they have to deny some people because of the purpose and the actions of Obamacare. But that's okay, because Obama's great, and we can't talk negatively about Obama because he's black, and you don't want to be called a racist, right? So you can't talk about Obamacare. And you can't talk about the legislation that's in place that empowered these companies, these HMOs, to do what they do, to limit the choices of the public. And you can't talk about Biden in any negative way, because inflation, which is something that we've seen under Biden, we've seen under Democrats mostly, not exclusively, but mostly, some of the worst inflation we've seen have happened under Democrats because of their constant spending. And what goes up? Healthcare skyrockets whenever Democrats get in office, whenever we see the national debt continue to increase. And we can't talk about that because, well, Joe Biden, he's a great guy. And he's mentally ill, so you can't talk about him. He's an old man and he's mentally ill, so you can't talk badly about him, but he's a great guy. Except he's done really horrible things. And he's screwed up this nation. And he's setting up the nation for failure in the future, as we talked about in the first half of the show. Okay. So this guy, Luigi, is a cold-blooded murderer who just happens to have a decent smile. Good for him. He has all the dates he could ever want. He gets convicted as he should. If he is the guy who was on video shooting the CEO, which I'm not sure it is, and I've said this before, I said it last week, I'm not sure that this is the same guy. I'm actually pretty confident it's not. But if it is, and he is guilty, as he seems to be, he should go to jail. And sadly, he has no, He has no dearth of women willing to be his prison wife, to come up and marry him and give him conjugal visits all the time while he's in prison because of his smile. This is how bad our system is. How people have so lost the point. He killed somebody. Luigi killed a man in cold blood, they allege. Shot a man in the back 3 times, once in the chest when he was laying on the ground. Cold-blooded murder. And they are celebrating him. And we are being told by the left to celebrate him as a hero. Do you notice all of the heroes on the left are absolutely violent, psychopathic, just some of the most abusive, repulsive individuals you could ever imagine? George Floyd and Luigi, murderers. Murderer. And this is the hero of the left? This is the guy that people are celebrating? Because, he taught a lesson to all of those CEOs. That's the thing they're saying now. Oh, he taught a lesson to the CEOs. They're all quaking in their boots. Didn't change a single policy. Doesn't change the law. Didn't change anything. If anything, you will probably see more people denied in the future. Because now they have to be more strict. Because they have to manage the money. It's going to even be worse. Now you got to pay for all the security that every one of those CEOs and all of those companies, they have to have more security. They have to hire people to protect the CEO, to protect the board of directors. They have to protect their business, the buildings that they're in, and protect their employees. That means more security. That means more money. Means higher premiums. Means higher prices. More people denied. Long term, you've just screwed yourself. Because you didn't change a single law. You didn't change any of the requirements for coverage. You didn't change the terms of their contracts. You didn't achieve anything. But you feel good. And as we know from AOC, as we know from college professors across this country, feeling good is better than being good. Matter of fact, there was a character on SNL who was Billy Crystal played Nando. I think that was the character's name. And it's better to feel good than to be good, right? Isn't that what he said? Better to look good than to feel good, or better to feel good than to be good. It was an SNL character skit. Old, I know. Most of the people in the audience have probably never seen it. And yet, that's what we're being told to live our lives. How we are supposed to live. Just based on your feelings. I don't know, maybe this is all me, but I'm seeing corruption at every level of our government. That the news media is promoting this guy because he's got a cute smile. So they're getting eyeballs to watch this guy because some women are willing to ignore cold-blooded murder because he's got a nice smile. And they're just lapping it up. The news media are going, we just need these eyeballs. Keep telling people, here he is. Show him. Show him in the nicest light possible. So those women, and maybe some men who are looking at him just for the smile, will keep watching. And just avoid and tone down the fact that he is potentially a cold-blooded murderer. A complete psychopath. Oh, but he's against healthcare companies. So, Is that supposed to justify murder? Think about what people are asking you to accept at this time. Murder is okay if it's someone the institutions don't like. If it's not politically expedient, it's okay. Think about that. That's like Harvard when they said we can't denounce genocide because of Hamas. Hamas is saying it. Hamas wants to genocide Israel and everyone else that doesn't believe exactly what they believe. You know, that women shouldn't be able to read or write, that gays should be thrown off of buildings. This is what Hamas believes in. And Harvard and MIT and the University of Pennsylvania, their presidents would not denounce that. Is that where we are as a society? That as long as you're on the popular side, as long as you have a good smile and the institutions, the liberal left, agree with you, then you can kill anyone. These are the same people who are pissed off because Donald Trump said, I'm so popular I could probably shoot somebody in the middle of the street and get away with it. And the left is killing people in the middle of a street in Manhattan. And look at how they are treating him as a hero. George Floyd is a hero. They're trying to idolize Jordan Neely. Hey, Mike. Mike McLean is with us, and Mike says, it's not all you. I've heard Bill Maher say, Gavin Newsom is a great presidential candidate because he looks good physically. There you go. Again, they look good. What the hell has that got to do with anything? You know, thank you for bringing it up, Mike, because it's insane. They look good. I feel, he's got a nice smile. And look at what they are doing. Look at the corruption that is surrounding them. Look at the violence and the evil. To every one of the people who are out there who are like, I cheer, he got those CEOs. You're cheering murder. Think about that. What do you think will be the consequence of that? More murder. But they're going to go after the corporations. Are you sure? Will they stop there? What else will they go after? Well, maybe you're the wrong color of skin, so they're going to go after you too. Because the same ideology, the same mindset, the same indoctrination that says that CEOs are bad people, guess what? They'll say that about your color of skin. Oh, and by the way, rich people, if you're an American citizen and you make more than $12,000 a year, you are in the top 63% of the world. You have more wealth than 63%. That's abject poverty in America. You make $12,000 a year, you are in abject poverty. Trust me, I know. You are in abject poverty in the United States, and that is more than 63% of the world. You are the filthy rich. If you are watching this on a computer, if you're watching this, God help you, you're watching this on an iPhone, you are in the super rich of this planet. You are in an exclusive group. Oh, but I'm not rich in America. Yeah, but you're rich everywhere else. Everywhere else, you're rich. You have extreme wealth compared to almost every single place on the planet. Do they get to kill you now? According to the theory that, he's going after it's okay because Luigi went after the rich people. You are the rich people. Did no one ever break that down for you? The left likes to be very vague about this. If you are an American citizen and you make more than $12,000 a year, you are the rich of the world. Do they get to kill you? Oh, that doesn't seem so cheerful now, does it? Because the same justification for Luigi shooting the CEO is the same justification for someone shooting you. Oh, that's not as fun anymore. It's not as pleasant anymore. It's not such a good idea anymore, is it? That someone's going to shoot you or your mom or your dad or everybody you know because they make more than $12,000 a year. And the overwhelming majority of the planet never will. Oh, let that sink in. Let that really sink in, what that college indoctrination has been pushing, what that high school and elementary school indoctrination has been pushing. The evil rich people are you and me. Everyone in America, you're the evil rich people. And they have been teaching you to kill the evil rich people. That means you. It means your family, your kids, your mom, your dad, your brother, your sister, everyone you've ever dated, regardless of the sex, their gender, their age, all of them. You are the target. Do you see what you're celebrating now? When we break it down, when we stop running with this, oh, well, it's popular, ha, ha, ha. Stop and think for a second. Stop feeling and start thinking. And I say this to everyone. Doesn't matter. Left, right, center, doesn't matter where you are. Progressive, libertarian, doesn't matter. Stop for a second. And instead of just blindly celebrating the popular meme, understand what this means. What is the consequence of this? If we do not punish this person properly, if we do not denounce this in our society for the cold-blooded murder that it is, that it was the least effective way of pushing a political message and also the least effective way to change legislation, if we don't do that, what's to stop someone from coming after you? Because no matter how poor you are, you're an American, which means you're rich. I don't think anyone's ever told you that before. I'm being honest. I'm telling you to your face. The left will not ever address this. They don't want you to think about that consequence that they have been drilling into your mind. Because you're special, you're separate, you're not like everyone else. Because you believe in the progressive ideology. Guess what? They will sell you out as fast as anyone else. Yes, I understand, Mike. The policy can be absolute crap. I'm not saying that it isn't. I'm not saying that I like the policy that we see. I'm not saying that the healthcare policy is good. I'm not saying that anyone should be happy about it. That's not what I'm saying. Not at all. But I am trying to address the consequence because there is a consequence to a society. And it's troubling, it's dangerous. It doesn't make the world better for anyone. You want to change? You think that we have horrible laws for healthcare? Fantastic. Write up a better law. There's the answer. Write a better law. Put it in front of every single congressman in America. Get on YouTube. Tell people why your plan is so great and how it will work and help everyone. Convince everyone. Go to the colleges and show it to the professors and say, this is a great plan. It will work. Vote for this. And let's do that. That helps people. That makes real change. Real long-term lasting change. Do that. But if you can't do that, don't turn around and kill someone. Because that's evil. And evil never benefits anyone long term. You may feel good that moment. I'm sure Luigi has had moments where he's just like, I'm so famous. Yes, but you're going to jail. Because there is no justification for what he did. There is no justification for that. I don't care. Someone died in his family. Doesn't matter. His loved one died. Okay. That doesn't mean he gets to kill them. He was upset. Doesn't get to kill someone. He was rich. Not a reason to kill someone. He was white. Not a reason to kill someone. Those aren't reasons. That's not a justification. And if we delude ourselves to think that that is a worthy excuse, then that excuse will be used over and over and over again on more and more people for different reasons, all coming down to the same thing. Well, you're rich, you're white, you're black, you're not human. It's okay. I don't think anyone's been honest with America about that. And we really, really should be. And it's not like America doesn't have its own problems. I mean, government is so corrupt. It's so useless right now. I mean, absolutely useless. Here's something that I don't think most people saw. This came out 2 days ago. 2 days ago, Friday. Of course, they put this out on a Friday because no one's going to be talking about this on Monday. And almost no one saw this over the weekend. They dumped it on Friday so it would be lost, so that no one would think about it. Everyone's screaming about, oh my God, congestion pricing. In New York City, everyone's screaming about the congestion pricing, that it's going to cost too much. It's going to drive up the costs. That's not the big deal. The government is wasting money. That's the problem. Why do we need to charge congestion pricing? Why do we need more money, more taxes, more fees, more expensive MTA? Why do we have to have everything cost more? It's because the government is wasting money. Because of corruption. That's the answer. It's because of corruption. On Friday, the MTA published that they took $1 million, which, as the government goes, not a lot of money. For you and me, a ton of money. All of it, your taxes. This is the money they took out of your pocket. Whether it's a lot or a little, they took money out of your pocket so they could spend it on $1 million to figure out, why do people jump the fare? Why do they evade the fare? Why do they crowd onto buses and not pay the fare? Why do they jump over turnstiles to not pay the fare? I think the answer to this is in the statement. It's the fare. They don't want to pay the fare because the fare is too expensive and they just don't want to pay it. And we have raised a generation of kids who think they're too entitled to pay. This is why you see so many young people who aren't paying for, whether it's on a bus or on the train. They don't want to pay the fare because they're entitled to get on public transportation. This is their right by birth. This is what they're entitled to. They're entitled to be able to get those services. They don't have to pay for that. Someone else will pay for that. The rich white person will pay for that. The rich black person, someone else's taxes will take care of it. Older people will take care of it. They don't have to. That's the answer. They needed to spend $1 million to get this answer. It is so obvious. They could have paid me $5,000. I'd have given them the answer in the same day. Could have filled in, no matter how big this report is. But I want you to see this. I mean, this is insane. Here it is. This is the MTA spending $1 million to understand the mindset. They're trying to understand. They can't comprehend. The MTA, the people who have been hired in government to run the MTA, cannot understand why someone would not pay the fare. Oh my God, they are so not connected to the public. Mike says, being successful, punishable by death. Being successful is punishable by death nowadays. In the case of the CEO, are politicians any different? No, politicians aren't different, but they're not connected. They have disconnected from reality and communities. And the MTA is proof of this. They're not connected to reality. You can't understand why someone would say, I'm not going to pay the fare. You actually had to. This is corruption. This is point blank corruption. And in every single city, this exists. I guarantee you. You will see California, the BART, they are wasting money in the same way. You go out to Cleveland, you go to Chicago, I don't care. Wherever you go, Austin, Boulder, Go to any city, especially if it's a bluer than blue progressive city. You go in there, I guarantee you they are wasting millions on stupid crap like this. And I guarantee you the people at the end of the day, if you could track all the money back, I bet you this money is going to the donors of those very same Democrats and politicians. Because there's no way this should ever have been greenlit. What? The MTA lost $800 million in fare evasion in 2022. That's a hell of a lot of money. Absolutely. Part of the reason why they lost that money in 2022 was because of the pandemic and the lockdowns. But let's go forward. They wanted to find out, why aren't people paying the fare? It's too expensive. It's inconvenient. Because they don't get the service that they used to get for less money. I remember when I started riding, I'm from the Bronx. I'm a native. My family's been here for over 50 years in the same exact neighborhood, same location. I remember when you could get onto the MTA, it cost something like, 50 cents, maybe even a little bit less, 35 cents. Yeah, I remember fares being about 35 cents, maybe 50 cents, right in there. And that's what it would cost. And the price went up. Now I'm on the 5 train. Let me give you a little bit of my location. So I'm in the Bronx off of the 5 train. Since I was I was riding the train since about the 80s until 2000. In that time frame before I left for a while to go live upstate. So for those 20 years, from 1980s until 2000, taking the train pretty much every day. Every year from about 1980 to 2000, once a year, there was track maintenance on the 5 train. Every single year. Doesn't matter. They'd fix one side, then they'd fix the next side. They'd do it every year, all the tracks. Every year they do this on the 5 train line. They did it on the 2 train line. They did it on the 6 and the 4 train line. Every year. At least once a year. You were guaranteed once a year they were going to shut down the line and they'd fix the tracks every single year. Why? Because they're not fixing the tracks. They're giving the MTA workers an excuse. They give them something to do so that they can justify the fare, because they increase the fare almost on an annual basis. And the fare would go up and the fare would go up. But the track would every year, would have to be fixed. The same problem every year. They'd replace the metal bars, they'd replace the electric system, they'd replace everything. And every year, they'd go back and do it again. So they really weren't fixing anything. But they charge you more and more money every year to do the same exact service. So I'm not getting more service, but I am paying more money. The train didn't travel any faster. It didn't get any better. Still had all the same delays. Still all the train stations are dirty. Still looked filled with graffiti. Same problems every year. Fast forward. Now here we are in 2024. Guess what? Still have the same problems. Except now it's worse. I can go about once every 3 months. The train system's down. Every weekend they're running shuttle service. When I was between 1980 and 2000, that train ran every day. Weekends, weekdays, late at night, 2 in the morning, didn't matter. There was always a train. It never ran shuttle service. Right in about the 2000s, they started doing a shuttle service. So that means it would run part of the track, then you'd have to switch, take a different train to get further to wherever you're going. And they charged me more money. I got less service, I had more complications, but they charged more money. Now, in 2024, just yesterday, I have the problem of their shuttle services every weekend. Every weekend they're changing. It's literally like once every 3 months, they're constantly doing track maintenance. Once every 3 months. What are they doing wrong? This is corruption. The same things they were trying to fix once a year, now they're fixing every 3 months. And I know some people would say, but Mike, it's not corruption. The system's so old. It's been there forever. Again, they changed the tracks. They changed the tiles, the lumber and wood. They changed the electric system. They changed everything. You can't tell me it's too old and ancient when every part of the system has been replaced and updated and upgraded. So you can't tell me, oh, but it's just ancient and it's corroded and it's just... No, we modernized the whole damn system. So you can't tell me that it's because it's from 1970s. It's not. Not the trains, not the tracks, not the electric system, none of it. It's all been updated to modern. So it shouldn't break down every 3 months. That's corruption. And they don't understand why I'm looking at more corruption, less service, more difficulty in trying to travel, that they're telling me, don't go green, use MTA, use the public services, use them more and more. But they don't work. They're broken constantly. They make me late on a regular basis because they suddenly decide that now we're only going to run this between, this hour and that hour. And if you miss those hours, then you have to travel, God knows, 3 times as long to try and get to the same location. You're going to be late because you never know. They're constantly doing this. And they want you to pay more. Do you understand? Is it that hard to understand? Politicians don't get this. You know why? Because Kathy Hochul doesn't ride the subway. Because Mayor Eric Adams doesn't ride the subway. Because the MTA board doesn't ride the subway. They don't take buses. They have no idea. They have no clue what the average person is actually going through. Richie Torres, the congressman, AOC, congresswoman, they don't ride on the public service, public transit. They have no clue what you and I, what regular people are actually going through. And that's why they do this. And that's why the price keeps going up and we get less and less service. And more people say, I'm not paying for it. I'm not paying for something that I don't get. It shouldn't be that hard. But this is a waste of money. Because you don't get that. It is so obvious why people aren't paying. But they're like, oh, we don't understand. Can you tell us why you don't want to pay? Who are the people who aren't paying? Young people. People who just made a mistake. They didn't have the fare at that moment. Opportunists. People who say, I can get away with it. People who are rebels. Who are saying, hey, system, screw the system. Down with the man. Idealists. And, of course, people who are just plain old poor. That's everyone. That's everyone. There is no group that's not included in those categories. Everyone is in this. It's ridiculous. Yeah. So it doesn't make any sense, folks. It really doesn't make any sense. It drives me nuts. I'm like, how? I don't get this. This is stupid. But this is what's happening in our cities. And then we have to wonder, gee, why is government failing us? Because we have leaders that are not connected to us, who don't understand what we're living through, because they're constantly busy lying to us so that they can maintain power, to hide the corruption, while they're pushing off these wonderful ideas that they're only there to get us to vote. AOC doesn't care about Dan Penny. AOC doesn't care if Dan Penny is a danger or not. Why? Because AOC doesn't ride the subway. So Jordan Neely is never going to get near AOC. Neither is Dan Penny. So she doesn't care. She'll say anything she wants to say that will get her votes and more power. Meanwhile, you and I are going to pay more money to pay for the corruption that she's feeding off of. Trust me, it's going to get worse, folks. Right now, they're trying to prepare you. They're telling you, inflation is going higher. They didn't want to mention it We know that unemployment went up. Oops, it's after the election. No one's paying attention anymore. Don't talk about it. Unemployment's up. The number of people who are working is down. The cost of goods is going up. Guess what that means? Higher prices. That's inflationary. Why? Because we're in a recession. And what they're trying to tell you now is, oops, we might go into a recession. That's the new thing. The Fed may not decrease interest rates. We may not have a better economy going into 2025. We might be going into a recession. We've already been in a recession. We've been in a recession since August of 2022. That's why they changed the definition of what a recession is, so that Joe Biden and the Democrats didn't have to answer why we were in a recession during the midterm election. We've been every major first world nation has been in a recession since August of 2022. America's no different. If all of our allies are in a recession, we're in a recession too. It's that simple, folks. But now they're trying to tell you, Trump's in charge, and so we're not going to lower interest rates. Why wouldn't you lower interest rates if lowering the interest rates helps end the recession? Why wouldn't you do it? Well, Trump's in charge. So you're sabotaging Trump's economy. And we know that Democrats, we know that progressives will. They've already come out. We've already covered this, 2 weeks ago? They've been already saying that they are willing to sabotage the economy to make your life more difficult, to make it more painful for you, just to piss off Trump. And by the way, you're rich anyway. So you're evil anyway. That's what the colleges said. You're rich. You're part of the elite of the world. So you know what? Screw you anyway. Oh, no one ever put it together for you. No one ever put all these ideas together and explained this to you. No one ever took the time to have this conversation with you, so you didn't realize that. Well, now you do. Are you pissed off yet? Because I am. I guarantee you, in the first quarter of 2025, you're going to hear all the mainstream news media declare that America is now in a recession. That suddenly a recession came up and, oh my God, we don't know what to do. It's not that anything's going to change. It's going to be exactly the same thing. They're going to say, within the first 3 months of Trump being in office, the prices of food haven't gone down yet. It's the first 3 months. Of course not. As long as there's a war in the Ukraine, the price of food is not going to go down. That's a fact. That's where a third of the food in the world comes from. People didn't realize that. They didn't think about that. Why? Because the news media doesn't want to talk about that. That Joe Biden and his proxy war in the Ukraine is part of the reason why food is more expensive. It's not the only reason, but it is part of the reason. It's a good part of the reason. It's a very big part of it. And until that war ends and the farmers have a chance to plant their crops in spring, you're going to see prices up. So that means if this isn't over by spring, if the war in the Ukraine isn't over by spring, then you've got to wait until the spring of 2026 to maybe have food prices go down by 2027. It is a small window. And if we don't make that window, you've got to wait an entire year for the next window. It's not like it's not rotating. You don't get to plant crops in the middle of winter. It doesn't happen. All right, we've covered a lot of different things here. I'm finishing up because my dog's asking me to go out again. I'm going to take him out in a moment. But this is some of the stuff I can't understand. So they don't understand why people are skipping the fare even as they give them less and less service and charge them more and more money for the lack of service that they are getting. They're trying to hide the fact that the economy has been crap since 2022 at the latest, and they're going to blame it all on Trump. But they don't have any idea what you have been suffering through because they don't go through it, because we don't hold them accountable. AOC rides around in her little private SUV, armored SUV, or her Tesla. Meanwhile, she wants you to pay for her student loans that she won't pay off. She's a multi-millionaire. The bartender is now a multi-millionaire who owns a Tesla and drives around with private security in a private armored SUV. And she wants you to pay off her student loan. And she wants you to hire her, to give her the power to go and get a bigger promotion, to get even more money. And she has no idea why subways are dangerous or why they're expensive. Why the hell do we have her? They're saying now that next year, kids, a mass resignation. Next year, companies will see a mass resignation of millennials and Generation Z. It's not because they don't have the skills to do the jobs that are out there. It's not because they don't have the discipline to do the jobs that are out there. It's not because they have a false understanding of what the world is, that they are not entitled to have cushy jobs, that they actually have to work. Those aren't the problems. No. It's just because they're young and it's a bad economy. To quote this is from MSN. Checkers survey of 3,000 U.S. workers, 51% of Gen Z, those 18 to 27, and 47% of those millennials who are 28 to 43 said that they would find a new job if they don't get a raise in 2025. Where are you going to go? You're going to quit and do what? Collect unemployment. And then what? Because you don't have any skills. You don't have 18. You don't have any skills at 18. You haven't been working. You don't have a career. You have zero ability. And you want a raise? For what? You're the fry guy. Live with it. Go to school or go to a trade school, more importantly. Get a skill, then you'll get a raise. Open a business, you'll get a raise. But you're telling me, oh, well, I exist, so I should get a raise. Why? Just because you've been at the job for a year, because you turned 19, you deserve a raise? I don't think so. You have no skill. You've got, what, one job under your belt, maybe? You've been in college all the way until you were like 21, 22, 24, and you think you deserve a raise just because you're there? We have failed as a society. We are failing and falling apart as a society. We allowed these kids to think that feelings are more important than fact. We have allowed our politicians to give us every excuse in the book, and they've been rewarded with more and more power, more and more elections. We have set this nation up for failure. We really, really have. Yeah, and I want to cap it with this. This is from 12 News, Connecticut. And they're talking about, this is the cap of everything. How corrupt, how useless our government is. How disconnected our leadership is from the average person. Kathy Hochul is the governor of New York. The governor of New York just signed a new law. She signed a bill, made it a law, that the temperature in our schools can't exceed 88 degrees. This is stupid. This is absolutely mind-bendingly stupid. So we have a maximum temperature in our schools that if it hits 88 degrees, they have to take the kids out of the room, possibly out of the school building. Where do they go? We don't know. They didn't figure that part out. They have nowhere to put these kids. They're going to take them out of the classroom because it's 88 degrees. Where do they go? It's called summer. The temperature goes up. Sometimes it's 90, sometimes it's 100 in New York. That's always been true. When I was going to school in June, yeah, sometimes it was 90, sometimes it was 100. It happened. That's back in the 80s. So no, it's not climate change. It's just called the climate. It happens. But what are you going to do with these students? It's 88 degrees. I understand. It's difficult to study when it's 88 degrees. I get that. And then where do the kids go? Oh, we don't have an answer for that. What are you going to do instead? Well, the schools have been around. They've been some of these schools are over 100. This is the quote right here. Rosado Cirello said, and this is Samantha Rosado Cirello, who's the president of the Yonkers Federation of Teachers. She's quoted as saying, "Many of our buildings are over 100 years old. Some of our classrooms can get to 90 or even 100 degrees, or even over 100 degrees at times. And what do you do with the students? So what? This has been true for 100 years. And for 100 years, we deal with it. Kids drink water, they open up the windows, we make the best out of the class. Where are you going to put the kids? The building is 100 years old. The entire ventilation system has been revamped at least once, if not 2 or 3 times in those 100 years. It's still not good. Absolutely. I agree with you. Put in air conditioners. Oh, we can't do that. Okay. Then you just deal with it. Kids will survive. They will still get through the school year. I did. And I guarantee you, in 1986, we didn't have air conditioners. We didn't have people worried about climate control. Yes, it still hit 90 in those classrooms. Yes, it even hit 100 in those classrooms. We opened up the window and we did it anyway. We just dealt with it. And guess what? People who went to that same high school, Evander Charles High School, in the 1970s, dealt with it. 1960s, dealt with it. 1950s, 1940s, we just dealt with it. Oh, but the snowflakes today, they can't work in 88 degrees. Yes, they can. This is a waste of time and money. This is a useless law. You can't legislate the temperature in the atmosphere. You can't legislate the temperature. And if you're going to tell me, well, we have to protect the kids, first of all, this isn't deadly. Second of all, and then what? It's 88 degrees. We got to take the kids out the classroom. And then what? They're out the classroom. Where are they going? And how are they going to continue to learn? You've got them out the classroom. Now what happens? What's the next step? They don't have a next step. All they do is they made the law and said it's illegal to have the kids in the room at 88 degrees. Okay, and no one asked the question, and then what do you do with the kids? And what happens then? How do they get the lesson? Where are you going to take them? That's because Kathy Hochul doesn't have to teach those kids. That's because Kathy Hochul is not a parent of one of those kids who now didn't get that lesson in that classroom, who now doesn't have the discipline to deal with uncomfortable temperatures and yet still accomplish the goal. Kathy Hochul doesn't have to deal with that. The New York State legislators don't have to deal with that. Their kids aren't going through this. You will. Your kids will. This is why they're disconnected and they're corrupt and they don't care. They're doing it because it sounds good. It sounds great. Kids won't have to go to class in 88 degree. You know what? I didn't want to go to class in 88 degree classrooms. I hated that. I get it. But you don't have a solution. You have a problem. It's a law. It can't get over 88 degrees. It will. The classroom's still going to be 90 degrees or 100 degrees. It's still going to be hot. The ventilation is still not going to be good. And then what? You're going to hustle the kids out and put them where? In the gymnasium? What about the kids who are supposed to have gym class? You're going to take them outside. Fantastic. How are you going to teach them science outside? What are you going to teach them? How can you teach them? You haven't fixed the problem. Not at all. It's like not fixing the subway. Oh, the subway breaks down once every 3 months now, not once a year. But I'm going to pay more for it. You didn't fix the problem. You made it worse. And now you expect more from me because you made it worse. You're screwing these kids over. You already screwed them up with the jab and the masks and years of just antisocial behavior. And now you're going to say, oh, well, it's 88 degrees. You can't get here. Get out the room. Where are you going? I don't know. What about the lesson? Who knows? Doesn't matter. Figure it out. This is stupid. This is happening across the country. New York may be the first place that we see these things, but it's definitely not the last, because California is going to do the same thing. California's going, New York did that? Well, hell, we can do it in California. It's warmer in California than New York, so we're definitely going to pass that law. Kids in Chicago, oh, the schools are absolutely miserable in Chicago. The buildings are absolutely decrepit, so we got to do it in Chicago too. Baltimore, Detroit, it'll fly through all of the bluer than blue states. They're all going to pass this law sooner or later. Every single one of them. Not one of them has the answer. And then what do you do with the kids? What do you do with the lesson plan? How does this fix the ultimate problem is that the kids can't concentrate? It doesn't fix that problem, because the answer to that problem is the kids just deal with it. They build discipline and character and work through it. That's the answer. That is the ultimate. That was the answer in the 1980s. That's the answer in the 1960s, 1940s, 1950s. That's the answer. Buckle down, deal with it. Build some discipline and some character and live through it. Not charging us more money, not giving us less service, not failing the people, not being disconnected. You deal with it. Maybe it's me. Maybe it's me. All right, folks. So I hope people have found this to be interesting. Been on with you for about 5 hours here. I hope you found this to be interesting, enlightening, useful, entertaining, whatever it may be. And if you have, please like, share, and most of all, subscribe. I can guarantee you, because of what we have talked about today, this episode absolutely will never be monetized and absolutely is being suppressed. This is being held back from the public because they don't like the things we've talked about so far. But out of nothing else, please, if it's only because of free speech, give us subscribe. Give us the fighting chance to have these conversations with you every week. That's all we ask for. I mean, if you can afford an extra $1.50 a month, join my Patreon. It's Christmas. If you want to go to my PayPal, fantastic. Send me $5, send me $10, whatever you think is worth it. Send me 25 cents. I don't care. That's on you. That's Christmas. Fantastic. You want to go monthly, $1.50 a month, less than a cup of coffee. Fantastic. And I appreciate it if you do that, because I got bills. Trust me, I got bills. But that's not what I'm asking for. Just subscribe. Just click the button, subscribe. That's it. That is all I can ask for. And I would appreciate that. To give us a fighting chance to reach people and to break through the monopoly of Google and YouTube and their suppression of having these conversations. Whether you agree or disagree, totally different thing. But we should at least have these conversations. All right, folks. With that said, next week will be the 22nd. We will be on. That will be week 51. We have been on for 64 weeks in a row. I might take time off for New Year's. Not sure yet. We don't always take the New Year's off. I might this year. I'm not sure. But I will be here next week, the 22nd. Let me know what you thought of the show. Tell me if you liked the trailer that we used at the beginning of the show. I would appreciate your comments on that and feedback. I appreciate and thank each and every one of you, whether you watch the show for 5 minutes or for the full 5 hours. Guys, I want you to have a wonderful, warm Christmas. Remember, if you are having dark thoughts, reach out. There's a suicide hotline. It's on 24 hours a day. Reach out to people on social media. Reach out to anyone. Give your friends a call and just say, I need to talk. You don't have to suffer by yourself. I understand holidays can be very difficult, especially if you're alone. I have been for many years. I know how it feels. Just reach out to people. You'd be surprised how many people will be happy to talk with you, to hang out with you, because you are a good person intrinsically. And remember, if you're homeless and somehow you get to see this program, please reach out. I don't mind paying the taxes to help those who need the help. It is cold out there. I know what it's like to be on the street, to sleep on the steps when it's in the 30s. I know how that feels. Reach out. Most churches, most synagogues, most temples for Islam, they all have outreach programs. They will be able to help you. Reach out to that community service, that community center, and or if you have to, reach out to the government itself. That's why we pay the taxes. And I'd rather spend those taxes. I don't want to waste it on stupid laws like Hochul has just done. I don't want to waste the money on a subway system that doesn't work. I don't want to waste the money on making AOC richer. I'd rather spend the money on taking care of homeless people if I have to. To help you, help yourself. I love you all. I want you to be well. I'll talk to you again soon.